is on. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If you intended to come to the Fairfax County Planning Commission meeting this evening, you came to the right place. If we haven't figured that out already, this is the January 23rd meeting of the Fairfax County Planning Commission, and we welcome you to our public hearing. We have asked all the speakers who are listed speakers and who signed up in advance to please sit in the front two rows that have the yellow markings on the back, and that'll expedite the process. Also, if you intend to speak after the public hearing is over with the listed speakers for 3 minutes, you can sign up to the clerk, with the clerk sitting on my right, your far left, and that'll expedite the process and give us an idea of how many more speakers we have this evening. Before I call on the staff to give the staff report, before I do commission business, I'm going to do the first order of business that we must do on the third meeting of the year, and that's have our election of officers. And I'll call on Commissioner Wolfelder, please, who has volunteered to present the slate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you pointed out, this is the third meeting, and it's time to elect officers for the current calendar year. I propose the election of the following slate of officers for the 2019 calendar year. For Chairman, Peter Murphy from the Springfield District. For Vice Chairman, James Hart, at large. For Secretary, James Migliaccio, Lee District. And for Parliamentarian, Timothy Sargent, at large.
Is there a second to the motion? Second to Mr. Cortina. Is there discussion? All those in favor of the motion to elect the officers as articulated by Mr. Wolfelder, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Since we have such a crowd, I'll forego my 40-minute inaugural address, and we'll just get right down to business. I must begin the meeting on a sad note. Before we do that, Jill will circulate the forms for committee choices for 2019, and she asks to have them back next Wednesday. We had sort of had a death in the family. We did have a death in the family. Bill Malin, who was on our planning and zoning staff, his wife, after a 12-year battle with cancer, passed away over the weekend. We send our sympathy to Bill and their 3 children, Gillian, Samara, and Atticus. She went through a brave fight, and she lost over the weekend, and we send our condolences and our sympathy to the Malin family and all their friends and relatives. Also, there is a new member in the P&Z staff who I have not yet met, but I understand that Amira Hakimi lost her husband, Reza, over the weekend, too, so we want to send our sympathy and condolences to her. Also, I want to remind the Commission that disclosure forms are due on the 1st of February, and I also want to congratulate Jill Cooper, who was named Clerk of the Board and Executive Director of the Planning Commission as a result of the merger of the Planning Commission office and the Clerk's office. She will be in charge of that directorate. Now it's a new directorate of the county that was merged with the Planning Commission and the Clerk of the Board. So wherever she is, we congratulate Jill. Oh, there you are. She's a very humble person, actually, but I know she'll do a great job, and we're very proud of her for getting this job. There will be a meeting of the Environment Committee on Thursday the 24th. That's tomorrow night at 7:30 in the Board of Supervisors conference room. It's open to the public. And at 8:30 there will be a Telecommunications Committee meeting following the Environment Committee meeting in the same room at 8:30. I'm sorry, I stole your thunder. And Mr. Sargent, do you have one?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. The Planning Commission's Schools Committee will hold a work session this Saturday, January 26th, from 9 a.m. to noon with our colleagues and representatives from the Fairfax County Public School System. The meeting will be held in the board conference room. The meeting is open to the public, and all are welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is there any other commission business?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Hart.
Yeah, let me just add to that. Tomorrow night for the environment meeting at 7:30, we're going to continue the discussion with staff on the amendment to the green building policy. We're also going to get an introductory presentation from staff on 2 more plan amendments that are just starting. One of them, and they were authorized in December. One of them has to do with natural landscaping at county facilities. The other will be coastal shoreline erosion, and we'll be dealing with those in upcoming months. There's another meeting set February 21 at 7:30, and that's going to be a presentation from the Department of Environmental Quality regarding salt management strategy for Northern Virginia and their update as to how far along they are. There's probably going to be more meetings than that, but everyone is welcome. Both those meetings start at 7:30 in the conference room in the back. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, before we call for the staff report on this zoning ordinance amendment, I recognize Commissioner Hart, who's handling this matter. Vice Chairman Hart is an at-large member of the Planning Commission, and he will be his responsibility to lessen the motion to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make a few sort of generic comments and a few specific comments about the amendment before we get to the staff report. I want to thank all the folks who are here for coming. I view the Planning Commission's role in the land use process as generally collaborative rather than adversarial, and I want to offer some of my personal perspective on this topic before we get started. Reston is recognized around the world as an example of excellence in planning, and I think the whole Commission respects that we have so many people interested tonight and coming to the Commission. I think we are equally aware of the seriousness of our responsibility in maintaining that important legacy. I wanted to read two things. One, if folks are familiar with Mr. Robert Simon and the principles under which Reston was originally developed, his principle number 3, I think, is pertinent to our discussions tonight and continuing. Number 3, that the importance and dignity of each individual be the focal point for all planning and take precedence for large-scale concepts. That principle is reiterated in the most recent version of the comprehensive plan. This is on page 12 of the Area 3 plan. Local participation should remain a hallmark of the planning and zoning processes as Reston continues to evolve as a complete community for the 21st century over several decades. Your individual participation in this process is welcome, and I hope that some of the folks who may be here for the first time would continue to be engaged in the county's land use process after tonight. We have approximately 80, I think, Ms. Johnson, zoning ordinance topics on the work program. We have other site-specific cases, and there's a lot of information on the Fairfax County website. Citizen participation in the land use process also usually results in constructive changes, and many applications are improved, or our recommendations to the board are improved by interaction with citizens and their suggestions. I think we all recognize, and Commissioner Murphy has pointed out many times, the yellow sign going up is the best way to invigorate a dormant community association. We recognize that controversy is sometimes the precipitating factor to get someone familiar with the land use process and involved long term. And whatever happens tonight or whatever happens with this amendment, I hope that some of you will continue to participate. I want to review briefly our schedule. I want to announce clearly that whatever decision we're going to make is going to be deferred. We're not going to make a decision tonight. We have 2 additional nights set aside for this particular amendment in case we don't finish tonight with the speakers. Those would be January 31st and February 7th. We may not need those nights. We kind of hope we don't, but if we do, we would start at 7:30 both of those nights in this room. I want to mention a couple other dates on another topic. I'm going to plug the CIP committee for just a moment. Many of the letters that we received mentioned a topic, infrastructure. And infrastructure is one particular area in which it's often difficult to engage citizens or keep them interested. The Capital Improvement Program, or CIP, is a process that this Commission and the Board of Supervisors go through once a year. Typically, we get a staff report and presentations from about 15 different departments: schools, parks, transportation, police, fire, stormwater, libraries, the Housing Authority, and there are some others I'm probably leaving out. We have to look at what projects are underway, what money is being spent on what projects, what upcoming projects are going to be worked on next year, what's funded, what's partially funded, what needs to be funded in the out years, and looking also several years ahead, what referenda the Board of Supervisors might be considering and on what projects and in what amounts. That's a difficult package to get through, and I think historically citizen participation has been fairly low. In a good year, maybe we have one or two civilians, sort of not a county department type person, participating in the public hearing. But something like this, something like the event tonight, might be an opportunity for folks who are interested in infrastructure to pay attention this year. And maybe there would be constructive suggestions to be made or questions to be asked of the staff. The CIP committee is going to be meeting at least February 20th at 6:30 p.m. The Commission, subsequent to that, would have a workshop and a public hearing. The workshop and public hearing is going to be March the 13th. There'll be another committee meeting March 21st. The committee markup is March 27th, and there will be one more committee meeting. I think the date isn't set yet. But if you're paying attention to this, if you're interested in the infrastructure process, and I'm sorry it's taken so long to give this plug, please check it out. Please consider being involved in that. I want to turn briefly to tonight's amendment, and I think it's fair to say we got an unusually high number of letters and emails on this. Maybe we got, I think, 6,000 or 7,000 responses on the Airbnb amendment, but we probably got a few hundred responses on this. And there's a common theme in many of the letters, and that message, I think, we can tell because I can see all the yellow. There's a common theme. And it's something like this: please don't raise the density cap, or please don't raise the population of Reston. And I think that message has come through loud and clear. At the same time, I want to offer some personal observation. You see, I have more to say. There is an obvious disconnect for those of us up here, I think, between some folks' expectations and reality. And our dilemma is somewhat complicated by some of those disconnects. And I think there are at least three that I want to talk about in plain English. And I hope this helps illustrate for folks some of our dilemma and why this project is so complicated. I hope that tonight's public hearing will help move this discussion along. First of all, the numbers are extremely complicated, and I think it's fair to say the entire Commission is wrestling with the numbers. For those of you that were here for the workshop or watched the workshop or may watch it on the website, the numbers are difficult to understand, and the Commission had a lot of questions about them. I think we're also aware that there are a number of what I might call freelance experts, freelance zoning experts who are posting on the internet, and much of what's being put out on the internet is not quite right or not exactly the questions that are before us. And I think there are some mistaken assumptions underlying some of what's in those comments. I think somebody needs to explain a few things in plain English, and I think some of that will help folks understand our problem. Number one, first, the PRC density cap is not a density cap on Reston. It doesn't limit the population of Reston. It doesn't apply to other permissible zoning categories for those areas, and it doesn't freeze development at any particular level. The PRC density cap doesn't prevent future growth in the areas that are designated for potential growth over the next 30 or 40 years. Secondly, the PRC designation for any particular parcel is neither permanent nor required. There is nothing in the state code, nothing in the zoning ordinance, nothing in the master plan holding any particular parcel in the PRC district. And what that means is that once we hit the cap of 13, whenever that happens, it doesn't stop the zoning cases from coming in. It just means that instead of being filed as PRC applications, as they typically are now, these applications will come in other permissible categories, PRM or PDC probably. And the PRC density cap is irrelevant to applications that come in as PRM, planned residential mixed, or PDC, planned development commercial. The third point, the infrastructure impacts are identical, whatever we do with the density cap. Whether we leave it at 13, or 13, 14, 15, something in between. If there's a new building, a new apartment building, it doesn't matter what the building is zoned, whether the building is PRC, PRM, PDC. The same number of cars are on the road. The same number of children are in the school. The same number of people are checking out library books. And so, even though infrastructure is very important, a change to the density cap changes nothing as far as the future development of Reston. It makes no difference. I think if folks understand those three big things, it helps put some of this in perspective. This amendment has been given a big buildup, as a big showdown over big issues. And to some extent, that's the response that we've gotten. But our decision is more nuanced, and it's more complicated. The final thing I would say before we move on, maybe I will have other things to say, but I'll make this point, and then hopefully we'll get to the staff. Fairfax County is not monolithic. I've read comments to the effect that Fairfax County is aggressively pushing something, or the county is doing something. And I think it's an oversimplification for anyone to say that the county, whoever that is doing something. The last time I checked, this commission was a required stop along the way. If there's going to be an amendment to the zoning ordinance, we have to have a public hearing, we have to make a recommendation. This commission is 12 independent thinkers. We don't always agree with each other. We don't always agree with the staff. And the board doesn't always agree with us. No decisions have been made on this other than for about 9 or 10 years, I think we have continued to put this item on the work program. And we were talking about it for 3 or 4 years before that. But this commission has taken no positions pushing anything or accelerating anything or moving anything up. I'm the guy that's going to be making the motion if and when. And I certainly have not decided what I'm going to suggest. And if I come up with something, I still have to get 6 of my colleagues to go along with it. And those discussions haven't happened yet either. I think that from my perspective, the Planning Commission certainly is not pushing anything. We want to hear from the citizens, and we're going to talk about where we go from here. I would point out also that we do not have a specific recommendation from staff on the number. The amendment is advertised for a range between 13 and 15. There's some other things in the ad, some clarification of wording that I think is not particularly controversial. But if anyone tells you that Fairfax County is pushing something or the county is rushing something through, they don't understand how the process works. There are a lot of moving parts. We're going to wait and see what everyone has to say and see where that discussion leads us. That's, I think, enough of my personal perspective on this, and I hope that helps. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Belgian, may we have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Kathy Belgian with the Zoning Administration Division. With me tonight to help answer any questions are Leslie Johnson, the Zoning Administrator, Fairfax County Department of Transportation staff Jeff Herman, and Andrea Dorlester, Manager of Park Planning with the Park Authority. Previously, at the Planning Commission workshop held on January 10th, staff gave a detailed presentation on the proposed zoning ordinance amendment regarding density provisions for the Reston PRC district. At that time, we discussed background on the PRC district generally, both all the PRC districts in the county and as well as Reston specifically. We talked about what is being proposed with this amendment and why. We clarified with why the proposed amendment would only apply to Reston and not the other PRC districts in the county. We went over what community outreach had been conducted, and we discussed the issues that have been raised by the community throughout this process. Video of the complete January 10th Planning Commission workshop is available for viewing online, and the slideshow that staff presented at that time is available for review online as well. As a follow-up to the workshop, staff responded to questions raised by the Planning Commission, which was forwarded to the Commission members yesterday, and which is available on the website to the public also. The website specific to this zoning ordinance amendment, which includes the aforementioned information, can be found at the URL listed on the screen. And you can also get there by going to the main fairfaxcounty.gov website and doing a search for the PRC District Density Zoning Ordinance Amendment. Staff is proposing with this amendment an overall density increase in the Reston PRC district to a number between 13 and 15 persons per acre. The top number in the range, 15, is based on the estimated projection of development potential in the Reston Master Plan, which, as we talked about in the larger presentation, is a result of revisions to the Reston Master Plan in 2014 and 2015. This was lowered from the previous proposal of 16 persons per acre as the upper end of the range based on adjusted and refined estimates and additional analysis. In addition, due to the higher densities planned for certain land in the Reston PRC within the TSAs, staff has also proposed an amendment allowing the board to consider approval of residential development over the limit of 50 dwelling units per acre for those PRC zone properties in the TSAs in Reston designated for high-density residential development and more specifically planned for mixed use. Only a small number of properties fall into this category, and staff is proposing that the board be allowed to approve a density of up to 70 dwelling units per acre with consideration for these limited properties. And this is a slide where we had previously shown a map showing the overall outline for Reston in blue. The yellow-green color shows the areas that are zoned PRC. And then the orange areas are those where future long-term development potential is contemplated in the Reston Master Plan. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hart?
Thank you. Very briefly, we covered a lot of this in the workshop, but I just want to blast through a couple things. Just to make sure, whatever staff's numbers are, both of the golf courses are a 0. Is that right? There's nothing in here for anything?
Correct. In the numbers we tabulated to estimate potential growth of residential development in the master plan, there is no growth potential anticipated for the golf courses. There's no language to that effect.
If you can put up the slide that has the green and brown and gray, the overall map. In layman's terms, if we're talking about the current master plan adopted 4 years ago approximately, for the green areas, basically everything stays the same.
Correct.
For the brown areas, or orange I guess you've said, those are areas, again, in layman's terms, where the master plan either has an option or projects that over the next 30 to 40 years, there's a difference between what could be there and what's there now. It's not required that something change, but there's a potential in those places for something else or something different to come along, just in the orange or brown squares.
That's correct.
And the gray is other categories now, industrial or PRM or something like that.
Correct. Those
If-
are, yes.
If we hit the cap on PRC and people start zoning out of PRC to do whatever this additional potential is, the orange or the brown becomes a checkerboard with gray? Is that what happens?
If properties that are currently yellow, green, and or orange on the map currently were to zone out of PRC, then yes, that would change that would not change what's in the Reston master plan overall, surrounded in blue, but yes, that would change what areas are affected by the PRC district zoning ordinance limitations.
With respect to the component of the amendment that's dealing with the 50 to 70 possibility, am I correct? It's just a couple tiny pieces around the transit stations. It's not all of the orange or brown.
Correct.
All right, thank you. That's enough.
Are there any other questions? Yes, Mr. Carter, please.
You said on that map, you said yellow-green. You didn't really mean yellow-green, did you, in terms of the changes?
No, the orange areas are those
Yes.
that have projection for growth.
So
Yes.
there are no changes in the yellow-green area. It's only
Not
in the
under
orange.
the current master plan, correct?
Anyone else? Okay, this is a public hearing. We have 27 listed speakers, after which anyone who wishes to address the Planning Commission may do so for a 3-minute time limit. And I, again, will say, if you are on the speakers list and you came in late, these front rows to my right, 2 front rows, are reserved for the speakers. That'll expedite the process when your name is called. And if you intend to speak after the speakers list is exhausted and for 3 minutes, you may sign up at any time with the clerk sitting in my far right, your far left. I'm going to call several names just to give you a heads up who's on the on-deck circle. Margaret Parker, followed by Mike Jennings and Ransom Joseph. Now, as you approach, let me review our procedures. If you represent a homeowners association, a civic association, or the like, you get 10 minutes, and that's 10 minutes per association. If you're speaking on your own behalf, you have 5 minutes. I would please call your attention to the lights on the podium. When the red light comes on, would ask you to please conclude your testimony, not read through the last 20 pages with alacrity. You're allowed to address the commission one time, unless called back to the podium by a member of the commission exercising his or her prerogative. We want to create a level playing field, so please respect red and finish when you are asked to finish, or when you see the red light goes on. And please, before you testify, identify yourself for the record with your full name and address, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for your attention. My name is Maggie Parker. I reside in Reston at 1908 Reston Metro Plaza. As I just mentioned, I'm a Reston resident. I'm employed by Comstock, a Reston-based company. And tonight I speak to you as Chair of the Reston Transportation Service District Advisory Board. I'm here to urge passage of the Zoning Ordinance Amendment Article 6 density provisions for the Reston PRC District. My comments hope to, number one, explain the comprehensive planning for the delivery of transportation infrastructure in Reston, as I, as citizen, recognize it. 2, to mention the differences of master plans versus development realities. And 3, to close with a brief quote from my friend Bob Simon. First, transportation infrastructure to support the Reston Master Plan has been in the works for over 7 years. Most recent evidence of the planning process is the existence of the Reston Transportation Service District Advisory Board, which works with county staff to administer the special transportation tax district funds currently being collected primarily from developers in the Reston TSAs. This service district is a product of the Reston Network Analysis Group, RNAG, which was appointed by the Hunter Mills District Supervisor following the adoption of the Reston Comprehensive Plan Amendment, with a mission to refine the transportation network included in the CPA and develop a funding plan. RNAG was inclusive, with representatives of the development, transit rider, homeowner, and business communities, along with members of Reston Association. 2.5 years of open meetings resulted, with RNAG refining the transportation network included in the comp plan, vetting the full project list based on analysis and modeling done by the staff, and evaluating various funding mechanisms, both public and private. An original budget figure of $2.6 billion over approximately 25 years was whittled to just over $2.1 billion, and a method to equally split the burden between the private sector, primarily developers, and public funding streams emerged. The public funding streams available today come from a variety of sources, including local, regional, state, and federal programs. These resources for infrastructure ebb and flow and certainly evolve. County staff has proved adept at identifying and securing funding for justified transportation projects. The discussion over private sector funding was arduous, but consensus was reached. Private revenue sources would fund intersection improvements and the Grid of Streets network. Developers will fund these through both in-kind delivery and cash contributions to a road fund. The cash funding is a per-unit calculation for residential and a per-square-foot calculation for commercial space. Additionally, RNAG ultimately approved implementation of a transportation service district borne primarily by the private developers in the TSAs. The plan, transportation throughputs, grids of streets, intersection improvements, and means for funding them passed out of RNAG and into a series of public meetings. They were reviewed by the Board of Supervisors, your Planning Commission's Transportation Subcommittee, and Reston Association. It was subsequently adopted by the Board of Supervisors in the spring of 2017. And thus came the creation of the Reston Transportation Service District Advisory Board. There is currently no acronym associated. This group again seats a comprehensive set of stakeholders, including Reston Association. The advisory board works with staff to monitor the fund, which has been in place since 2017 and is growing, to review infrastructure requirements, and to set the tax rate annually based on infrastructure demand. Therein lies the recent history of the transportation planning efforts. While just a few paragraphs here on the page, the plan represents thousands of hours of planning, counting, modeling, and collaborating. And now, if I may, just a few comments on the realities of transportation improvements and development in general. Both are market-driven. Road projects in Virginia do not get approved and or funded until there is proven demand. Development does not occur until the markets indicate need. The master plan did its best.
You get 5 more minutes. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murphy. The master plan did its. I'll only take 6. The master plan did its best to assess and prognosticate, but it is merely a guideline for the next several decades. Additionally, we must not forget that each development is evaluated on a project-by-project basis, as Mr. Hart mentioned, with capital needs and infrastructure demands at the top of the evaluation criteria. If the resources to provide all are not present, the project simply does not move forward. And above all, we live in a region rich with innovators and risk takers, a framework undertaken with a little faith, foresight, and optimism allows great things to happen. Additionally, as was made clear by the Fairfax County Department of Transportation staff at each and every meeting, transportation technology is changing at warp speed. The possibilities are endless, the realities yet unknown. DOT presents the most accurate assessment using proven technology, but stands alert and ready to adjust plans as various transitions become globally accepted. Regarding delivering infrastructure with development, it is rarely, if ever, delivered in advance of development. It wouldn't be prudent. I would highlight the Reston Station Wheelie Transit Center development. Approved in the style of, but far preceding the master plan, the project delivered the first phase of an east-west roadway parallel to Sunset Hills Road and the Dulles Toll Road. The Reston Station Boulevard thoroughfare has since been expanded east of Wheelie because of a development, a project built by Pulte, the Lofts at Reston Station. Furthermore, the fourth lane of the road west of Wheelie Avenue will be under construction by the end of this March. This project also delivered major intersection improvements along Wheelie Avenue, transportation along with projects. The system is working. In closing, Reston is and will continue to be planned, proven, and connected through transit modes to a vibrant region that allow our community of residents and businesses to thrive, to employ, and to house our engaged and enlivened citizenry. As a community, we gather in our parks and urban public spaces like Lake Anne and Reston Station plazas to realize Bob Simon's vision that, and I quote, density builds community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mike Jennings, Ransom Joseph, Mark Ingrao.
Hello, my name is Mike Jennings. I live on 11315 Handlebar Road in Reston. I don't have paper copies. I tried to save trees, and I emailed my remarks this afternoon. I've been a Reston resident for 33 years and a Reston small business owner for 15 years. I am in support of the PRC zoning ordinance amendment and just have a few points I want to present for your consideration. The comprehensive plan update that precipitated the need for this amendment did include community input. A task force including community members met over several years and was followed by several community meetings. Was it too little or too much community input? I suppose good-intentioned people could argue that forever. The bottom line is that there was ample opportunity for community input. Passing this amendment also does not mean instantaneous, explosive development all over Reston, especially in the more suburban areas outside of the TSAs. Every application will still have to pass through the existing series of reviews where there's plenty of opportunity for community input and feedback. I myself am a 5-year member of the Reston Planning and Zoning Committee that every application must pass through. I believe our committee members give a thorough grassroots vetting of each application, yet there seems to be the false impression that we're in our county supervisor or the developer's pockets, and that can't be further from the truth. I don't even personally know our supervisor, and I'm just a husband, father, and business owner trying to do the best thing for Reston. We have voted against some developments. Just ask some of the developers who've been in front of us if they don't meet Reston's goals and visions. And I would add that if the wider community is so interested in providing input to development that is happening in Reston, you sure wouldn't know it from the attendance at the vast majority of our planning and zoning meetings. We maybe get 2 or 3 people at most of our meetings in the public providing comments at the end. I would like the county staff, though, to quickly produce, quote, editorial plan amendment, unquote, that in response to community questions they have agreed would be useful in their staff report. I think that would be a very good thing to have. In fact, I think approval of the PRC amendment before you should be contingent upon them finishing these editorial plan amendment in concert with this by the end of 2019 to clarify some of the issues people have. Lastly, I would just ask you to be careful before assuming that the very visible and vocal opponents to this amendment are representative of the majority of Reston. While I respect their enthusiastic and genuine positions on this amendment, I would submit that demographically they may not entirely represent the broad bands of socioeconomic, cultural, and age diversity we have in Reston. Further, in last year's election of Reston Association directors, 3 of the 4 anti-PRC amendment slate of candidates aligned with the most active PRC amendment opponent groups were soundly defeated. Therefore, I would just say that it's fair to ask if this resistance truly represents the vast majority of Restonians. Thank you.
Thank you. Ransom Joseph, Mark Ingrao, Dennis Hayes, and Sherry Hebert. Mr. Joseph here? Mark Ingrail? I see some people moving. I don't know whether this is, go ahead, come on down.
Good evening, Chairman Murphy and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Mark Ingraio, and I have the privilege of being the President and CEO of the Greater Reston Chamber of Commerce. I'm here representing 600-plus member companies that, through our board, are supporting the PRC amendment. Over the summer, the Chamber invited several members of the Master Planning Task Force, along with prominent community leaders, to discuss some of the community dialogue and misinformation as being stated regarding the PNC. The members of the task force that participated in our meetings included the leaders of several of the task force working groups, including the chair of the Reston Master Planning Task Force, co-chairs of the Town Center Committee, and co-chair of the Vision Committee. Also at the meetings were several members representing community organizations, including the Reston Community Investment Corporation, the Western Alliance for Rail to Dulles, the Reston Chamber of Commerce, and numerous Reston homeowners and citizens. The result of that meeting was a letter that was written to Supervisor Hudgens and distributed to the commissioners supporting the PRC amendment and addressing 8 major points or misrepresentations in the community. First, the Reston Master Plan process was a well-thought-out 5-year planning process involving 50 representatives, including alternates, from the full community, including representatives of the Reston Association, RTCA, Reston Citizens Association, P&Z Committee, Reston Chamber, major landowners, developers, architects, engineers, and private citizens. These people spent countless hours over 5 years trying to capture the $6 billion value of the Silver Line by creating walkable, transit-oriented development. Once Reston community went down the path of funding Metro Rail extension, the paradigm in Reston was going to change. Need I remind the Commission that there was a consensus on approving the master plan, which passed overwhelmingly by a 15-4 vote, including the Reston Association, which voted in favor of the plan. Second, Robert Simon was part of, actively participated in, and voted for the recommendations of the task force. Our founder knew this master plan would support his vision. Third, stable residential neighborhoods, as one moves from the transit station areas, are protected. The plan calls for the highest commercial and residential densities to be at the TSAs. The village centers are in need of redevelopment, and there would be balanced growth under the plan that protects the pedestrian-friendly environment. In all cases, there would be adequate transition to surrounding neighborhoods. Phase 2 did not increase densities in the village center. Rather, the county did not reduce densities there like they did outside the village centers. The village centers were always planned for medium and high density, and Phase 2 did not change that. Fourth, ensuring a diverse housing stock is expressly protected under the plan. One of Reston's strengths is the diversity of housing stock. Further, the comp plan envisions new development to be at 50% residential adjacent to the TSAs, an increase to 75% as one moves away from the TSAs. And all new residential development must comply with the county's affordable housing requirements. Fifth, adding significantly new residential development is central to the task force's recommendation and essential to ensuring balanced growth. The experts the task force consulted, academics, planners, and consultants, all confirmed that the single best tool to mitigate traffic and congestion impacts are balanced job-to-household ratios. In contrast to certain of the community dialogue, the concern of the task force was that not that we would have too much residential, but that there might not be enough to achieve the job-to-household ratios. Six, the plan requires the infrastructure to be phased in with development. Planning principle number 3 specifically provides, and I quote, adequate transportation infrastructure and programs and other infrastructure components such as schools, parks, and other public facilities should occur with development. The task force discussed and rejected as unrealistic the idea that infrastructure must precede development, especially in an age when tax dollars increasingly are not used for such purpose. And so much of the requisite infrastructure will be built through developer proffers once the projects are approved and underway. The idea that streets and schools get built before there are people to use them is incongruent with how the process works throughout the county. Seventh, the Reston Network Access Group known as RNAG, did identify $2.1 billion of transportation-related infrastructure, which is already planned and dedicated revenue streams are currently in place. The plan calls for major transportation improvements to improve mobility in and around the TSAs. The county now collects both taxes on existing development within the TSAs and proffers for every square foot of new development, including the PRC, to pay for the needed transportation infrastructure. Not only were the needed improvements identified as part of the plan updates, the county now has a dedicated revenue stream to pay for them, evidenced by the current transportation study of the Sunrise Valley 286 intersection, which is already underway. Eighth, it took Reston over 50 years to reach its current population, and it will likewise take decades to achieve anything close to full build-out under the plan. Retreating from the comprehensive plan vision adopted just a few short years ago after an inclusive community process is not the answer to promoting community interest. Protecting the community's engagement throughout this decades-long development process is. In conclusion, reducing or disincentivizing residential growth is at odds with the comprehensive vision the task force was so powerfully and almost unanimously endorsed. These issues were exhaustively discussed throughout an arduous, inclusive 5-year task force and village center process. Revisiting and endlessly debating this issue will create uncertainty about the plan's stability and risks halting needed development or creating uneven or disjointed results, which we don't think is in Reston's interest. There will be numerous opportunities for community input as this process evolves over the several decades, and individual projects will be subject to multiple improvements and community input before they can proceed. For these reasons, we support the county staff's pending administrative recommendations, which we think are broadly consistent with the implementation of the vision adopted in the comprehensive plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Hart, and then Mr. Nagelski-Eichner.
Thank you, Mr. Ingrao. If you could come back for just a moment. I don't necessarily mean to put you on the spot, and I had addressed a lot of my comments at the beginning to what I thought most is the yellow folks. I don't mean it in a disparaging way. I can see we got a lot more yellow than gray. What I wanted to ask you, and I don't mean to put you on the spot. I read your letter, you and the several other folks, and I did not see in that letter, I see that you're supporting something, but I don't see a specific number. And again, we don't have a specific number from staff. We're all struggling with these numbers. And let me give you my personal perspective on the number problem, which I didn't address at the beginning. Again, I was addressing what I thought were the yellow folks and not necessarily the other side of this. One difficulty that I'm having procedurally, I think we made a mistake, and this is no secret, in the separation of the density cap calculation from the adoption of the plan amendment 4 years ago. We did the same thing in Tysons, or virtually the same thing in Tysons, with a big committee where there needed to be zoning ordinance amendments to implement the plan recommendations. And we did that within, I don't know, a month. We did it fairly quickly, and it was contemporaneous, the same people involved in the decision, the same everything. And we were looking at all the same data at the same time. And now we've, for whatever reason, the Tysons thing got a national award, and now this has turned into World War III. And we're 4 years apart, and with the same staff and many of the same people, and somehow this has gotten pulled apart. We are having trouble understanding the numbers. And the second piece of the number problem that's a little bit off, you alluded to this a little bit, but it is exactly right that the village centers were a carry forward, and that let's say the commission has turned over a little bit, but we didn't push back on that. And I think Mr. Simon was always more. The village centers need to, whatever. And I thought, maybe if there's no transit, maybe not. The transit station areas, I can see it in the village centers, but I didn't push back. We went along, we did whatever. But looking at it 4 years later, I think part of what's junking up the arithmetic now is that the village centers are so high. And if there were a way to recouple some adjustment to, or some looking at, shouldn't there be perhaps a different cap on the village centers than what we carried forward from 1962 or something? And if we could recouple that with the calculation of the cap, I think it would be easier. It might be easier for everybody to come up with a number. If you're following me, we have the letter, and if you're with me to this point on this, the process that led to the Chamber of Commerce letter and all these people signing it, was there any attempt to crunch the numbers, and what did you come up with, and what if would it be so bad if we revisited the village center cap and tried to do that exercise simultaneously?
We did not discuss a number, specific number. The recommendations of the staff were the numbers that we felt comfortable with. But to your point about recoupling them together, I think there could always be an opportunity for discussion for that.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure.
Dennis Hayes. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Najelski-Eichner. I'm sorry.
Can I have you back?
You can back. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to bring you back down, but I wanted to, for my own benefit, and this is a little bit more prosaic than Mr. Hart's insights and wisdom, but you reference in your testimony the best tool to mitigate traffic congestion impacts are balanced jobs to household ratios. That's what is that walking distance? Is it how is that relevant to this discussion?
How are the ratios determined?
Yeah. I just help me understand why that's significant.
Well, it's the actual. I don't know how the actual numbers are developed. I'm not a developer. I don't do that. But in our meeting with all of our the people that were involved with that letter, the discussion was that you have to have a balance of residents to support the metro. And if you don't have the residents supporting the metro, then you're going to have an imbalance in your community. And that's what that's referencing to is the balance that we need to support the metro. I don't know a good ratio. I honestly do not.
That helps me a bit, but I was confused by jobs to household ratio as a term, so I'm not familiar with it. And so maybe you, Mr. Clark.
Mr. Carter.
I'm Carter.
Maybe I can help a little bit. In the plan, it's expressed as 50% housing and 50% residential and 50% non-residential within a quarter mile of the transit.
Correct.
The idea is if there would be people could actually work in Reston, so have fewer places to go, as well as using the metro. That, in theory, would cut down on the trips. That's the theory behind it.
It would, and as you go away from the metro station, you'll have
jobs
more
housing.
residents.
Some places use jobs housing. Here, we use the 50% residential against the 50% non-residential.
And as a principle, that's a principle we follow. I just wanted to make sure I understood your use of it in this context.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Dennis Hayes. Sherry Hebert. Bob Petrine.
Thank you. I'm the first of the yellow people to come up.
I'm Dennis Hayes. It must have been a great day at Kohl's.
I'm currently the president of the Reston Citizens Association. I'm also the first in a series of 8 speakers who will come up and address specific issues, parts of this issue as we go forward. Collectively,
only 10 minutes, so are you going to
10 for me. Yes, okay. Please. Collectively, we represent the Reston Association, Reston Citizens Association, Reclaim Reston, Rescue Reston, Reston 2020, Committee for the Protection of Reston. You get the idea. Lots of Reston in here. We're all individual groups, individual organizations. We have our own membership. We have our own agenda. We have our own issues. And sometimes we disagree with each other. But not tonight. Tonight, we're here and we're all united in one particular thing, and we're united with all our neighbors and friends that are in the audience here today to basically say that we are not opposed to anything, but we are in favor of things. We are in favor of a Reston that is a planned Reston and that respects the basic foundations on which our community was built. Now, I'm tempted. I have some prepared remarks. Our previous speakers have given me what my military friends would call targets of target-rich environment, but I'm going to try to hold to this and maybe work some of these in here. My purpose on this is to sort of lay a framework for what the speakers who come after me will say. I'm going to step through this very quickly. Basically, the community is, in fact, as it becomes informed, it becomes more and more united on these issues. And one of the reasons we have become united is because we have been excluded from meaningful participation in this process. I'll come back to that. Because we have been excluded, the proposal is not what it could be. It's flawed in many ways. It has bad numbers, and it also has no real planning. The good side of this, though, is there is a path forward, which is if we can get and do the things that we should have done in the first place, we can actually come up with a plan that we all can approve of and live with. So let me step back through those. This week we honor the memory and the life of Dr. King, and of the many thoughtful things he said. One of them is, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. The fact that we have people here today is because to us, Reston matters, and we care about it. And we're going to work together to try to make it better so that we can pass it on to our children and our grandchildren as we go along. I always shake my head because everyone who speaks in favor of this motion says, oh, there was a 6-year process and there was all this community involvement, as if saying that again and again and again somehow will make it true. But it doesn't, because it's not. And I think an important distinction here is there's confusion between the Phase 1, which dealt with TSA, and Phase 2, which deals with the PRC. We're proponents of one Reston. We don't think there's a North Reston and a South Reston and a TSA Reston. There's one Reston. But for the purposes of this evening, we're talking about the PRC. And the Phase 2 of the PRC, the part that this deals with, didn't happen over 5 years. It happened over a short summer. And it didn't happen with any representatives of the community involved. It happened with the staff working. There were some meetings, but they were informational, not where we could really exchange and work together on these processes. So we have to look at that. Now, there's a second piece to this, and this is one I will address more directly, is the involvement at this present time. If I'd stood here 6 months ago, I would have told you that we had an excellent working relationship with the county staff on this issue. At that time, we had meetings, we exchanged information, we even found common ground in a number of areas. But at the end of last summer, all of that stopped. We were cut off. The questions that we had were serious questions, have never been answered. The meetings, which we were told we would have to follow up and discuss this, never occurred. And so instead, the county went forward, despite its assurances that it would not, and put this forward. And to the extent that that's been done, I think we have all lost. I talked about bad numbers. I'm also a friend of the Reston Library, and so I worry about the Town Center North area. The county tells us that one of the reasons that they have to have this increase in the cap is because of all of this housing that's coming along. 2,300 units in Town Center North. Big number. You might say, well, where did that number come from? Was it an analysis of what housing demand will be in the future? Maybe an assessment of what county needs will be? No. It was taking the acreage, 47, and the maximum density in this area of 50 persons per acre, and you multiply the 47 times the 50, and you get 2,350, round it down, and you have the 2,300. I don't know if that's planning so much as just multiplication. It's not the sort of thing that I think we can do to build a society and can continue forward as we're going. Now, lack of planning, I refer often to Portland, Oregon, has a great blog site with lots of the issues that they deal with are similar to what we deal with. One of the things that they have said, and I picked up on, is if you propose a major project, it is incumbent on you to demonstrate that the community will have more positive benefit than negative. Nowhere Nowhere in any of the discussion I've heard has anyone addressed how any of this will be a benefit to the 65 or so thousand people who currently live in Reston and all of the people who will be moving into Reston because it is Reston. We talked about numbers. You've mentioned there's a question of whether it's 13 to 15. Well, which is it, or what's the difference? If you go to 14, what does that do to schools, to police, to fire, to stormwater? If you go to 13.7 as opposed to 14.2, what's the difference? How does that affect? I don't see any discussion of that in there at all, and I think that's something that's very important and should be done. So what we have is a program, a proposal that misrepresents the past, misstates the present, and is clueless about the future. It's kind of the Barney Fife of proposals is what we have here. Now, there is a path forward, as I mentioned, and that is we should be doing what we should have done all along, and that is have an actual engagement between county officials and the community. The difference between a few years ago and now is that I think more and more people are aware of these issues, and they're aware of how they directly affect them. This is the community. We live there. This is where our children grow up. This is where we want to pass on the traditions that have brought us to Reston in the first place. And shouldn't we have a say in how that all goes? So, this is also a time a lot has happened in the past 5 years. A lot of development has occurred. It would be good to take a moment, take a breath, and take a look at it. As you're aware, we will have a new supervisor in several months. Now, some of the candidates are here with us today and may be speaking to you a bit later. And I don't know who our next supervisor will be, but I do know this. Our next supervisor will have campaigned in a yellow shirt. At some point, time permitting, we'll talk about PRM and other things. I'd love to get into that a bit more. But I will note that none of this is new. I mean, this is going on all over the world and all over history. 2,400 years ago, Socrates spoke about this. He said, "By far, the greatest and most admirable form of wisdom is that needed to plan and beautify cities and human communities." We look to you for that wisdom. We put our trust and confidence in you to tell the county, take down what they proposed, come back, do what they promised, meet with us, and we can work this out. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask the remainder of the speakers, will you please address your comments to the commission and not to the audience. It would make it a lot better for everyone. And secondly, I think it's interesting to combine Socrates and Barney Fife in the same testimony. Please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sherry Hebert. Do I need to give you my address? No. I live in Reston. I am the second yellow shirt of the night, and it's hard to follow the number one shirt of the night, but I'm going to give it a go. I am here as a resident, so I only need the 5 minutes, and I don't even need that. I am a current member of our board of directors at the Reston Association, and I am the immediate past president of the Reston Association board. Tonight I'm speaking to you in lieu of our current board president, Andy Siegel, who was called out of town due to the death of his father over the weekend. As you know, Reston Association is a not-for-profit corporation that serves about 60,000 of its members and is one of the largest community associations in our country. Our mission is to sustain and protect the community's quality of life by caring for our natural environment, our recreational facilities, and administering our covenants. In short, we are committed to the idea that Reston is a planned community. In our letter to this commission dated January 8th of this year, the Board of Directors urged you to reject the proposal to increase the population density of the PRC areas of Reston. I just want to take a few short minutes to underscore some of the association's greatest concerns. First, the primary basis for opposition is due to the repeated failures of the county to provide a thorough and convincing explanation of the need of the proposed ordinance amendment at this time. For example, contrary to the staff's County reports and the near-term potential of over 3,100 new multifamily dwelling units in our 3 village centers, that would be Hunter Woods, South Lakes, and North Point, is just unreasonable. Reston Association is convinced that no genuine community planning process would endorse 50 dwelling units per acre over the entirety of the non-residential portions of the village centers. So why would the county even be suggesting to this commission that such inflated numbers demonstrate the imminent need for the cap to be raised? We've heard this a couple times already tonight. We are concerned about the infrastructure to support this higher population in Reston facilitated by the proposed zoning amendment. It's very different to have a plan with no known ways of funding or when the funding might come. In my business, I always say a plan with no money is just a piece of paper. And so I think that's kind of where we are right now. Although we know that you're not responsible for infrastructure, we believe that you should have a better idea of how, when you're recommending this to the Board of Supervisors, how it's actually going to be supporting our schools, roads, parks, and public safety resources. Finally, and you sort of stole my thunder, Commissioner, RA believes that the change to the PRZ zoning must be done concurrently with the review of the master plan. We believe this commission was right when you raised the concern about having uncoupled our planning and zoning for the PRC when the commission proposed Phase 2 of the Reston Master Plan revision in 2015. You are correct that mistake is you can correct that mistake now by telling the Board of Supervisors that the zoning amendment, it's not the appropriate time and we need to recouple zoning and planning together. In conclusion, in order to sustain Reston as a planned community, I urge you, the commission, to recommend against the adoption of this zoning amendment for Fairfax County. We know we can do better, and Reston Association and our residents are ready to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. Petrine, Larry. Hold on.
Mr. Chairman.
You're missing. Yes, Mr. Brown.
Yes, Ms. Hebert, if you could come back for just a moment, please.
Please come back.
I have a couple questions, and I don't know if I should wait for Mr. Butler or if you can answer RA questions, but I had a couple, and if you want to try, maybe, or if we should wait for Mr. Butler. The first question I had, trying to envision what happens with a post-cap Reston if we leave the cap at 13. Some of the questions that come up. Once we hit the cap and there's no more PRC, the applications come in to pull out of PRC but do the building. One of the questions we sometimes have now when a case comes in with maybe one speaker or no speakers or whatever, but when cases come in and it's an apartment building and maybe it's not quite big enough to have a swimming pool. It's not enough of a critical mass for whatever it is, but the people will be doing something. And we may ask questions, well, are they going to be in Reston Association? Can they use an RA pool across the street, or how's that going to work? And those questions have usually been, I think, satisfactorily answered. What I wondered first is, as the pieces on this checkerboard start pulling out of PRC, did they stay in RA because historically they were at one time, or do they become sort of standalone orphans? That is, these new buildings that go in, but they're PRM, PDC, are they still in RA because of a historic reason, and the property was there at one point, or what happens? Maybe that's a question for Mr. Butler, or maybe it's something somebody's got to research. But
I have a guess, but I'd rather defer to Mr. Butler.
Well,
we'll wait for him to come up.
Yeah.
But that's one question. The second question, and this is maybe a more difficult question.
And it will definitely be Larry Butler for that one then.
Well, maybe something that your board has talked about. I don't know, but right now PRC is, I think, all things being equal, many of us would prefer that the new applications come in PRC because there's an additional layer with a review of a PRC plan instead of a straight rezoning. If we leave the cap, PRC is off the menu, and then the only choices they have is some other category, not PRC. The question for the RA board would be, if these new buildings are coming in anyway, are we better off with PRC staying on the menu, or are we okay with saying, okay, PRC, it's a historic thing, we're done with it, just PRM, we're okay, come along. Should PRC stay on the menu for the future buildings, or does that matter?
So I can answer it this way because I'm not as well versed on PRC, PRM, and all the other acronyms that people like you guys like to use. What I can say is that Reston wants to be one Reston. So the residents, no matter what they might be called, they don't care if they're PRC or PRM, if they're living in an apartment. We want them to be our neighbors. So we want them to be able to use our facilities and use our pools. And so all of that when it comes to Reston Association and the community, we want everybody to be along with us. We don't want to say, well, you're in the PRC, therefore you don't get to use my pool. We would not do that as a community. So we would welcome people to be part of Reston Association, whether they have to be or not because of their designation. I have to defer that to people a lot smarter than me. I don't.
The last thing, and staff can correct me, but I can try and answer your question about the infrastructure. The infrastructure needs are measured against what's on the master plan, not really the zoning ordinance. And again, there'll be the same number of kids in the school from the apartment building, whether it's PRC, PRM, PDC. It doesn't. There's no delta. Changing the density cap doesn't change how many kids there are, how many cars. It's going to be the same. Infrastructure is important, but it's not really at the core of this decision.
Understood. I just think it's important for us to always keep that in mind. That again, it doesn't matter what an apartment complex or whatever is called. They're still going to go to our schools. They're still going to use our trails. They're still going to use our courts. They're still going to use our pools, which is fine. I know I wouldn't run up and down Wheelie, so when the first speaker talked about how all these improvements are happening, I could tell you I haven't seen a damn bit of improvement where I live, and I go up and down Wheelie all the time. I also am a very firm believer in the walkable, bikeable community, and I think Reston's trying to get there. I will tell you though, my experience, and I'm a biker, with putting lines on the road and calling it a bikeable community is dangerous. I've almost gotten killed several times by being in my bike lane. But we need to have some awareness of the drivers because they're not necessarily seeing the bike lanes. But I know that wasn't the intent of your question.
There's no text about bike lanes in this.
I didn't mean to bring up a bad subject. I'm just saying that, I love the idea of it. It's an idea, and it's certainly not perfect. And Larry can answer all the hard questions, by the way. Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, Bob Petrine, Larry Butler, and Tammy Petrine.
Good evening, members of the Commission. I'm Bob Petrine, and a member of Reclaim Reston, and I live at 2503 Foxcroft Way in Reston. I'm here to express our serious concerns with the county's arguments for the need and timing of the proposed increase in the PRC's density cap. I will focus on the formal planning process for the current Reston Master Plan, and I intend to address three essential questions. Did informing the community constitute involving the community in drafting the current plan? Did the process encourage dialogue and debate with the affected community and potential community? Did the process attempt to identify the potential impacts of the proposed development on the PRC as a whole, one Reston, consistent with the stated purpose and intent of the PRC district zoning ordinance? Why are these questions relevant to an amendment about density? It seems obvious that without an open and transparent process, that the planning issues embedded in capping density, one of the few bullets that the community has to control its destiny, will never be fully debated and publicly understood. We must give all the stakeholders the opportunity to have their voices heard. The community efforts to preserve the PRC. I'd like to briefly describe an example of the level of resident interest in effort in preserving Reston as a planned residential community. One member of Reston Citizens Association was named to the task force in 2009, working in concert with other RCA members and its newly formed Reston 2020 subcommittee, 85 members. RCA studied and wrote 6 position papers between January and June of 2010. I have a binder here like the one presented to each of the task force members and their alternates, but by and large, these went unacknowledged. Let me next describe the planning process, its origin and purpose, its composition, and its operation to provide context to our conclusions on the community's involvement in the planning process. Origin and process. The stated objective, to borrow from the task force final report, their mission was to determine, and I quote, how Reston's master plan and the county's comprehensive plan should be modified in order to maximize public benefits from the arrival of Metro Rail, and to recognize the many changes that have occurred in the nearly 50 years since Reston was founded. The community's perception of what the objective was that they were initially informed that the task force was to follow a resident-oriented process. The reality, the task force focused as its stated object on transforming Reston, at least the TSAs, the 3 TSAs, into a developer-centric area supporting the arrival of Metro. Scope of the task force. Phase 1 focused on the original corridor of industry and government along the Dulles Toll Road, extending from Hunter's Mill Road on the east to the current Herndon Monroe parking garage on the west. It had nothing, so what its charge was not to look at the PRC. The composition of the task force. The Hunter Mill supervisor appointed 24 primary members of the task force, plus Hunter Mill District Planning Commissioner Frank Delafay as an ex officio member, while Fairfax County listed 16 members as residents and 8 as landowners. Only 6 of those represented the Reston community individually or by organization. The other 18 members were either developers or had development-related positions. In the packet provided, which we will give the commission at the end, we have noted you will find PRC's annotated list of task force members and their affiliations. How density was addressed by the task force. This central issue of density was discussed on page 53 of its final report, but was never resolved. The task force did realize the possibility of gaming, they referred to it as a rush to the courthouse, if the issue was not readily addressed. Key dates and milestones. Phase 1. A detailed chronology of the planning process is included in the supporting materials to this presentation. In the early deliberations of the task force, discussions focused on commercial development in the TSAs. When it became obvious post-recession that commercial was overbuilt, the discussion shifted to high-density residential. As Phase 1 was winding down, Restonians began gearing up to be meaningfully included in Phase 2 after being effectively excluded from Phase 1. To prepare for Phase 2 process, Reston 2020 submitted a proposal to the supervisor to ensure community involvement in the process, including calling for a new chair, identifying a category of community residents willing to serve, and a proposed plan and timeline. Instead of an inclusive effort, the task force was dissolved by email in May of 2014. The Phase 2 plan was developed entirely by Fairfax County staff. Phase 2, an initial open house which outlined the Phase 2 process, expectations, and goals, was conducted in June of 2014, long after the initial outreach meeting was held in November of 2011. Further community outreach was limited to 4 information sessions in the fall and winter of 2014-15. Yet the county's website and county official statements describe the public outreach for the entire planning process as lasting 6 years, notifying 150-plus clusters, condos, and apartments in Reston, a 4-session land use college, 200-plus meetings of the task force, a dozen community meetings, and various media communications. But this inaccurately implies that this activity related to both Phase 1 and Phase 2, while in fact the overwhelming majority of activity predates Phase 2 of the plan, which is at the heart of the proposed zoning amendment. We've been able to document 181 community task force and subcommittee meetings, all during Phase 1. No official minutes or records of any of the votes were kept, and retention of handout materials and drafts of the report made to the task force and a subcommittee was the responsibility of each member. Not counting the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors hearing that concluded each phase, Phase 1 lasted 2 months shy of 4 years, and Phase 2 lasted only 10 months. Surprising changes included in the approval of Phase 1 and Phase 2 plans. Fairfax County staff administratively changed 3 features of the full plan in 2015. In May, a significant addition was proposed for the redevelopment of St. John Woods apartment, and a requirement for a comprehensive plan change for redevelopment of any of the village centers was eliminated. In June, the Board of Supervisors adopted the full plan, increasing total development potential of the TSAs by 31% to accommodate a 57% increase in dwelling units from a total that was approved in the Phase 1 plan in 2014. The effectiveness of the community's involvement. What conclusions do we, as citizens of Reston, draw from the process followed by the last review of the plan? Community outreach was front-loaded, largely during Phase 1, and focused primarily on the TSA's development. We refer to it as selling the sizzle. The Reston community had limited real representation on the Phase 1 task force. 3, the approach taken in Phase 2 purposefully minimalized community involvement to accelerate the process. And lastly, while the entire Reston master plan process went on from 2009 to 2015, the Phase 2 plan, which addressed the Reston PRC, was largely completed by staff between June and September of 2014. On behalf of Reclaim Reston and all like-minded Restonians, I urge you to recommend that the Board of Supervisors reject the proposed zoning amendment. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my views for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry Butler. Tammy Petrain, John Mooney.
All right, good evening, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Larry Butler, Senior Director for Land Use and Planning at Reston Association. I live at 13512 Huntsfield Court in Fairfax County, Herndon. It's actually Oak Hill, I guess. It's a little confessional, although my family would attest that I spend more time in Reston than I do there. I'm here tonight to present our serious concerns with the county's arguments for the need and timing of its proposed increase in the PRC's overall density cap. To do that, I will focus on the numbers being used in the PRC density calculation, both present and future. The December 4th staff report provided in advance to the Board of Supervisors advertisement of the zoning ordinance amendment discussed many numbers, 12.46, 13, 15, 50, and 70, among others. They've already been discussed here tonight. Let's take a closer look at these. The county's published current density figure for the Reston PRC is 12.46 persons per acre. When asked to produce the exact building blocks of that number for the 3 density categories in the current ordinance, low, medium, and high, the county staff said they did not have it. We were referred to recent development plan submissions in which developer-produced tables had cumulative tabulations of the medium and high density categories. For a figure that goes to the hundredths of a person, one would think the spreadsheets and calculations for such an important number would be produced, updated, and frankly protected by the regulating authority. And apparently that's not the case. The aforementioned tables from different development plans also sometimes disagree among themselves about the figures for the same developments or land base. Also interesting is that a recent one used a different acreage figure as the PRC denominator. It is imperative for the community, the Planning Commission, and Board of Supervisors to know with no uncertainty what the correct numbers are before forging ahead with a change to the density cap, a change that may not be needed. Now let's take a look into the future. In the chart produced in the staff report, there is speculation on future development that has been stated as driving part of the need for the proposed increase. Now let's start specifically with the village centers. Lake Ann and Tall Oaks have approvals on the books. North Point, South Lakes, and Hunters Woods, which you've heard referenced here already, and as Commissioner Hart asked, have not been replanned, and that's a really important factor. While the final version of the Reston Master Plan removed the requirement for a plan amendment to redevelop these village centers, the plan text still recommends a community-based planning process to make sure the future centers meet the needs of the community. Rather than honoring a planning process to determine the future of the village centers, county staff applied a simple mathematic exercise and applied the maximum density, 50 units per the acre, to the non-residential acreage of the centers. That is not planning. We acknowledge the staff removed stable residential areas at the centers from their initial calculations. However, that does not go far enough. The additional nearly 2,300 theoretically calculated residential units at these 3 village centers at 50 units to the acre is almost hard to imagine. They would create town center core-like developments in neighborhood-serving retail centers. Similarly, the Pond and Dwoskin sites, as identified in the staff report chart, have received similar theoretical mathematic treatment. The village centers and these 2 sites do not represent near-term developments in our estimation, as the community is not aware of any pre-applications in process. Again, referring to the chart, the Reston Town Center urban core shows the potential for an additional 1,619 units. And last time I checked, the urban core was built out, and unless a developer has plans to tear down existing 4- or 5-story condo buildings or other higher buildings in the core, it does not appear that this growth is imminent. In fact, this is a mathematical exercise as well. By applying the current 50 dwelling units per acre to the total acreage of the urban core, then subtracting the existing units. Again, not planning, just theoretical math with no connection to what's really on the ground. Lastly, let's talk about the one near-term development that is in process, and Dennis Hayes, our first speaker of our group, referenced this. That application reflects the maximum density possible under the current ordinance, 2,370 units, 47 acres times 50, or thereabouts. The comp plan guidance states a minimum of 1,000 units. I asked the Commission, is it likely, through a robust planning process or planning effort that includes the RA Design Review Board, that the maximum number of units allowed by current code would actually end up there? I don't think so. This area is also home to many other important existing or future community services. The library, the Embry Rucker Shelter, Human Services, the Supervisor's Office and Police Station, a large community green, and a commitment of 90,000 square feet to the Hunter Mill District's long-awaited rec center. Can all of that and over 2,300 residential units realistically fit? Again, a long-term planning process should sort that out, not a speculative mathematical exercise. The last number I would like to address is 70, that was talked about earlier. The proposed ordinance change also recommends that the Board of Supervisors be given the authority to approve developments within the TSA, that is PRC, at a density of up to 70 dwelling units per acre. Reston, including Town Center, has been eminently successful with a limit of 50 dwelling units per acre. County staff indicated that the proposed increase to 70 was driven by just one property. In fact, much of the TSA that is in the PRC and proposed for mixed use has already been approved at 50. The specific need for this new limit of 70 has not been shared with the community. In summary, no one, it appears, actually knows what the current density is, and that's a really important piece. In light of that, why should Fairfax County move ahead based on speculative numbers, both in current numbers and those that might come in the future? Further, the numbers considered for future developments should be based upon actual planning, which has been discussed by prior speakers, not abstract calculations. Without a sure demonstration of these 2 sets of numbers, the county cannot credibly demonstrate the need for its proposed density cap increase in the near term. Therefore, the Reston Association urges the Planning Commission to recommend against the adoption of this PRC amendment at this time, and that this zoning issue be recoupled with the next review of the Reston Master Plan. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hart?
Yes.
Mr. Hart?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Butler, I think Ms. Hebert kind of deferred to you a little bit.
She did.
Let me come back to the first question about if we leave the cap and then in a short period of time we start getting the new buildings coming in as PRM or PDC, do those properties nevertheless stay in RA because they started out in RA during the time they were PRC?
The answer to that is yes. It is subject to the covenants on the property. So the covenants essentially ignore the zoning. So if the rest in deed is applied through the covenants to the property, whether that property is PRC, PDC, PRM, PDH, or whatever, the covenants still apply.
Okay. So, and there's some sort of formula that you have if it, you know how much they're going to pay, that if it's 100 apartments or 120 apartments or whatever, that people would pay a certain amount, and
correct.
You've got that figured out already.
Yes.
Okay. Secondly, and again, I don't know that the RA board has thought about it in these terms, but and this may not be a question you can answer on the spot, but again, we leave the cap at 13. Are we nevertheless better off if these buildings are coming in PRM, PDC, and we don't get to review a PRC plan? Are we better off with PRC still on the menu, or is it okay to just say, okay, no more PRC, we'll take what comes, just PRM, PDC, that's okay?
Well, I can't speak for the board on that, but I will say that the PRC was put in place, and this is what the community believes, is that it was put there for balance, a balance of all the things that you've heard already. The number of people, parks, infrastructure, schools, et cetera, and that there was purpose to that original cap. And so respecting that balance, and I think that's the key element that our board has put forth in the past.
It started out PRC. It had to start out together because you needed to have a critical mass of 750 acres or you couldn't do PRC. Since then, obviously, as the development happens, the ownerships become extremely fragmented. I mean, even if you look at, Boston Properties maybe, but every parcel is owned by somebody different. And the reality is there's nothing holding anybody in PRC except maybe that historically that's where they came from. So if we take PRC out of the equation, if we run out of PRC, they're still going to come in. They're just going to come in something else that works. And the master plan throughout the county has that flexibility in it. That assumption, I mean, the light bulb may go on, maybe it doesn't. That's been a difficult, maybe that is not intuitive, but that's been difficult for some people to understand, at least at the beginning, that the cap only applies so long as the parcels are in PRC, but there's nothing really holding anybody to PRC. And my question is, given that, are we better off leaving PRC on the menu, or are people okay? And again, I know you can't answer that on the spot.
I think the community would again, I'm not speaking for the board, but I think protecting the PRC is important. It was the original context of Reston. And while I understand and most people recognize that most of the corridor is not in the PRC, when you pit, as earlier speaker said, when you look at what's happening in the TSAs that's not PRC, and much of that's already been approved, what's left, and I think why you're seeing so many people out here tonight, is that what's left as part of the piece of Reston that we hope to have an impact and effect on is in the PRC, and keeping that as whole as possible is a goal of the community. I don't know if that answers your question specifically.
Yeah. And the reality is that if we leave the cap, the PRC shrinks over time. The brown becomes gray as people opt out, and that's one of the difficulties that we have with this.
My understanding also is that
the PRC isn't a permanent classification. It's what it is currently zoned now.
That's true, but I think that question might also be directed to the county staff, because I think there is a goal amongst the staff, and I believe, perhaps I can't speak for the supervisor's office, obviously, but I think there's an intent to preserve the PRC and to keep the PRC together and not have people go to PDC or PRM. There was a recent project, I guess it was the Woodfield project. Their initial filing was over up to 70 units per acre, which did not meet the 50 units per acre. They came back in, and I'm not sure where the pressure was applied, whether it was staff or the supervisor's office, or perhaps here. They came back in at PRC and were approved at the 50 units to the acre, as opposed to zoning out to PRM or PDC.
Well, again, I think they're not going to, if we take PRC out, they're not going to just go home and have an empty lot.
No.
They come in they do the best they can. We probably prefer PRC because of the additional procedural protections, but if we run out of PRC, they're going to come in with something else.
That's entirely possible.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Carter?
Just an observation there. If people opt out of the PRC, we then reduce the overall acreage, which then affects the cap. And I'm not sure what...
It gets worse and worse. Once people start pulling out, it becomes hopeless. We never get back.
Yes.
Yeah, unless somebody wants to add going out somehow, but I don't know where you're going to get any acres to go in.
I'm actually getting calls from people wanting to be in the PRC. That's a different problem. But if you come out of the PRC, I don't know what that happens to the people that are left inside, because they're all, in theory, non-conforming because the acreage is below the 13. That might be an interesting question for the county attorney at some point. But that is an issue of people opting out of the PRC. You affect the acreage.
Thank you very much. Tammy Petrine.
Mary's trying to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Just
Ms.
a
Katrina?
point of clarification. A rezoning is not permitted, say, by right. Like, you don't have additional rights with your property before they're granted. And so a request to rezone is not an automatic approval. And so there's, by policy, if not by law, but by practice and policy, we've not zoned out and removed land out of the PRC. And so I don't understand why that's a foregone conclusion that we would have to approve a rezoning into another district.
I think it's wrong.
Let's get this conversation about the applause. We'll save some time. Yes.
I think,
Mr.
again,
Hart.
staff may correct me, but to the extent any application is in conformance with the master plan and otherwise in compliance with the zoning ordinance, we would have to judge it in those terms. And there's nothing in the master plan saying the plan talks about uses and densities. It talks about things, the general or approximate location of certain features, and throughout the county there may be multiple procedural paths to get there. As long as they're in compliance with the master plan, as long as they meet the other zoning ordinance requirements, we'd have to have there are reasons why something could be denied, but the fact that it's not PRC is not, I think, a denial. It's not a denial issue. We'd have to get some, I think, legal advice on that. But there would be legal problems, I think, also denying to one owner what's been granted to a similarly situated owner. We've had that problem. The county's been shut down on that before. Maybe staff can correct me, but the plan doesn't talk in terms of the zoning category. It talks about other characteristics.
Commissioner Hart, Leslie Johnson, zoning administrator. That's correct. I think, if somebody proposed a rezoning and, as you said, was in conformance with the plan, there are certain areas that the Planning Commission, the board can look at, but I think, it would be a difficult road, to base a denial. You'd have to have some other, as you said, some other reason to do that.
It's the same thing. If you said 3 houses to the acre, somebody could come in and say, okay, we'll do a straight R3 with residential lots, or we'll do R3 cluster. We'll put the houses to one side and have a park to one side, or we'll do PDH3 and we'll have 0 lot line houses and some kind of zigzag thing and some special feature over here. And all 3 of them, it still gets out to 3 houses to the acre, but they're coming in different permissible categories. It doesn't really matter.
Well, just one final thing, and we'll let the folks continue. But the planned residential community is inherent in the comprehensive plan for Burke Center, for Cardinal Forest, and for Reston. And they were recognized in the comprehensive plan as having a special quality. And so to the extent that the comprehensive plan assumes the continuation of the PRC, I think that is a valid reason not to zone out, because zoning out is taking away the PRC without changing the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan assumes it. The comprehensive plan mentions it. It doesn't say the comprehensive plan shall not remove properties out of it, but I think that underlying assumption is part of the comprehensive plan. So maybe that is a debate for the attorneys, but I think it is one of the assumptions that we're making here that may be incorrect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Right, thank you.
Tammy, I've called you 6 times. I'm serious this time. And John Mooney and Lynn Mulston.
Thank you. Good evening. I am speaking for Reston 2020. I have been the chair of Reston 2020 for 10 years. I attended almost every single task force Part 1 meeting and hundreds of county meetings since, under all categories. So,
okay, would you please identify yourself for the record, please? So we have.
I did. Tammy Petrine, Reston 2020.
Thank you.
Okay. Infrastructure and schools, shelter, library, fire, and police are what I'm going to speak to tonight. For the purposes of my conversation with you, I will talk about one Reston, which is the PSA and the PRC all combined, because that is how the county plans for them. Schools. I am sure that you all are ultimately familiar with the vagaries of the school systems planning systems and challenges. So I'm not going to waste your time going over those details. Instead, I would like to mention some facts and ideas that we believe critical. There was a projection error at the 2014 Reston Master Plan that predicted 2,900 new students for the TSA areas. Why is that figure important? Because when the county approved additional homes or DUs in 15, the pupil yield was doubled, but no adjustment was made to the school plan. So the current master plan population increases require the building of 2 additional elementary schools, one near the USGS in south of the tollway and one in the Reston Town Center area. Gone, and then in addition there will be a middle school and a high school located somewhere in the western part of the county and to cover the growth under the next 20 to 30 years. Gone is the hope of having 2 Reston high schools as was planned, 2 Reston high schools as was planned originally. Now we must debate the validity of those 2 elementary schools, because unless those schools would have enrollments of multiple thousands, we would need to have more than 2. Is this smart planning? Worse yet, could the schools lack sufficient outdoor playing areas? These are elementary schools, because land costs are too dear. Surely, we've got to be getting land proffers from developers. Well, that's not happening. I would like to propose that any county-owned land be reserved for civic uses, such as schools and fire stations, or at least available to be traded for more appropriate locations. Money. Lack of constraints. Money is the lack of constraints or affects the effective operation of our school system. We are already $1.8 billion behind on necessary new construction, renovation, and maintenance. Plus, we have a bond funding cap annually of only $180 million, which severely limits how much work can be done county-wide. The lack of money slows the availability of sufficient classroom space where and when we need it by decades, not years. One can see why adding on to the PRC cap plays further havoc with the county's catch-up nightmare. We heard this summer at our workshops with the school staff that the county currently thinks it has sufficient capacity countywide, but only if school boundaries are shifted almost everywhere. That's unrealistic and would add huge transportation costs to the system. In Reston, we are hurting. Our current school growth projection ignores not only new pupil increases from huge development projects, like the recently approved Gateway project in the TSA, but also from the proposed higher PRC cap amendment. Right now, we have more than 750 temporary classroom trailers countywide. The school renovation queue is 37 years as opposed to the required 20 to 25 years. By the way, right now, the just renovated South Lakes High School is at 92% capacity and growing. I don't know how this timeline makes any sense for us. Children need services during their formative years, or the deficits to their optimum development will come back to haunt us for the entire income-producing cycle of that student's life. In other words, we can't come back later and remediate Johnny or Jane's education. We only get one chance to do that job right and to educate each pupil. We better get busy. This is a crazy timeline with huge gaps between need and reality, and this guarantees huge societal problems, which in turn cost even more money. Increased proffers. Are we ever going to get adequate proffers to build new schools? As the county becomes more crowded, the price of land for schools escalates to a level unaffordable for our system. Developers should be donated land for schools and parks, or making much more substantial contributions to the real costs that their profit-making projects require. We know that the current school proffer amounts don't begin to cover the students' actual costs. A regular student costs $12,000 per year each, and a special ed student or ESL student, $14,500. The public and the school system would love to see the proffer amount increased. Now on to the easy subjects, although there aren't any. The Reston Homeless Shelter has historically been Reston has historically had a deep commitment for caring for our homeless people. In 2016, we had over 750 homeless people in Reston. Without delving into the shelter details, suffice it to say, shelter space and functioning is more critical today than any time in our recent past. A recently unsuccessful public-private partnership in the Reston Town Center failed and stalled specific plans for upgrading both the library and the shelter. The library. Reston Regional is consistently the county's most patronized library, despite its inadequate parking, which is frequently filled to capacity. Because it is a regional library, patrons come from all over the northwest corner of the county. We need that parking. We can't have urban parking standards there. Time prevents a thorough discussion of this, but I do want to mention that when the Reston-centric brutalist API building was demolished by an egregious county error, we lost a once-in-a-century chance to locate Reston Regional and that spectacular, historically priceless Marcel Breuer building. Not only would the whole county have had access to this architectural marvel, but this is the most important thing. Precious space at Reston Town Center North would have become available for other uses. We're still grieving that loss. The fire department, between huge development in the TSAs and PRCs, the only adjustment to the Reston's fire and emergency coverage seems to be at the Weston Wheelie Station, which is about to undergo renovation.
We will not speak of revolution here tonight.
And revolution. At a recent Reston Planning and Zoning Committee, I'm on that, Fairfax County Fire Department presented their plans for the renovation of the station, which is just north of the WO&D Trail. Our 18-member body was shocked to learn that the increased capacity of that station consists of one bay accommodating a large truck and one more ambulance parked behind another in an existing bay. The small increase satisfied the department's need analysis to accommodate all 3 new TSA areas. No acknowledgement was made about the gridlock area traffic and how that would impact Reston's fire protection. Repeated doubts expressed by the committee that these minor adjustments were insufficient to serve the millions of extra square feet being developed and built already met with complete assurance by the department. They claimed that their automatic traffic signal override capacity would couple to complete inadequate plan. The police department. Reston's population is underserved now by the Reston District Police Substation. Per the current department 5-year strategic plan, the chief reports that each station except McLean needs another 6-man patrol officer crew to do its job effectively. One stat that was impressive is that for every 12 additional residents, 1 police call per year is anticipated. So please, on behalf of the student population, library staff, and our fire and police heroes, deny this amendment and send it back to the county staff for a rework and incorporation into recoupling the master plan that considers planning and zoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Mooney. John Mooney, Lynn Mulston, Bruce Ramo. Or Ramo.
Good evening. I'm John Mooney. I live at 1400 Churchill Place in Reston, and I'm speaking tonight as the representative of my Hampton Point Condo Association in Reston, and I appreciate the opportunity to address the Commission tonight. I urge the Commission to recommend that the Board of Supervisors not adopt the proposed PRC amendment, and instead direct that the consideration of any PRC ordinance change be coupled with the next review of the Reston Master Plan. My task tonight focuses on transportation issues related to the proposed ordinance change. Now, unfortunately, when I talk about transportation issues, my friends say that my detailed explanations cause their eyes to glaze over. So tonight I'm going to discuss just 9 important summary points. The binder we'll give each commissioner at the end of our team's presentation contains my more detailed analyses and sources. Anyone in the audience can contact me at my email address on the screen for a copy of those detailed remarks. Number 1, zoning is inextricably linked to infrastructure in general and transportation in particular. As stated in its purpose and intent section, the Fairfax County zoning ordinance aims to preserve the proper pacing of density with the infrastructure needed to support it, and the prevention of traffic congestion is named as one specific task. And transportation is probably the preeminent litmus test of unsound planning and zoning. I have a good friend who served in major public work management positions in several cities for 3 decades. During a conversation about the dangers of inordinate density, he said that we can always find solutions, often expensive ones, for insufficient water and sewer systems to accommodate unplanned density, but not for insufficient road systems without massive disruptions of the community. Number 2, the county has very likely underestimated the amount of traffic generated by the new development in the transit station areas, or TSAs as they're called, for a number of reasons detailed in my longer analysis. If I'm right on that, this makes everything I'll subsequently describe tonight even worse. Number 3, in 2018, the county modeled how new TSA-generated trips would impact TSA Reston, but it did not model their impact on predominantly residential non-TSA Reston. Those new trips will very likely create significant cut-through traffic in residential Reston as mounting TSA congestion leads drivers to find new routes into and out of the TSAs. I have identified in my longer report 14 road segments in non-TSA Reston where this could likely happen. Number 4, also not modeled, is the congestion from the additional 3,700 multifamily units in non-TSA Reston that the county claims are, quote, planned in the Reston Master Plan for the near-term future. Those new units would increase the gross estimate of trips generated within non-TSA Reston by more than 2,000 trips in both morning and evening peak hours. How much so-called traffic demand management strategies might reduce those gross estimates is hard to figure, since the units in question would be so far from metro stations. In any case, those trips compound the congestion originating from the TSA's new development. Number 5, the county has targeted level of service E, a delay of 55 to 80 seconds to pass through an intersection, as the minimum standard for streets in TSA Reston. Since the U.S. Transportation Resources Board calls level of service E, quote, intolerable delay, unquote, it is hard to imagine how this will not have a negative impact on TSA businesses and their customers. Number 6, there has been a serious public misunderstanding about the nature of the Reston Funding Plan draft cash flow published in the fall of 2018. This massive spreadsheet identifies the new transportation infrastructure projects needed to mitigate the congestion generated by TSA development, along with their estimated timetables, costs, and funding sources between 2019 and 2063. The document repeatedly emphasizes its tentative, conceptual, and approximative nature. As one footnote repeats on each page of the spreadsheet, there are 4, quote, all information presented will change, unquote. To portray this document as being fully planned or as establishing a dedicated revenue stream in place is to seriously distort it. Number 7, worse yet, there is a high-stakes race between congestion increases and congestion mitigation. To the extent that congestion mitigation measures are not implemented on the county's challenging schedule, as many as 5 dozen intersections could operate by the year 2050 with delays of over 80 or even 120 seconds, though big increases could begin as early as 2030. By the way, those are level F and a new category described by the county staff to deal with the TSA called problem, which is over 120. I urge you to read my detailed discussion of this. For now, I can illustrate the uncertain outcome of that race in this way. The county states that of all the proposed congestion mitigation measures, the 3 most important are the grid of streets inside the TSAs, the Soapstone Overpass, and the Town Center Parkway Underpass. The conceptually estimated completion date for Soapstone is 2027, for the Town Center Parkway 2031. The construction of the grid of streets has already begun and is estimated to continue through 2063. This is important. To the extent that any of those 3 is delayed substantially beyond 2030, we will begin to experience significantly increased congestion problems. The highly conceptual and revisable nature of the Reston Funding Plan draft cash flow, as well as past slippage on the forecasted completion date for the Soapstone Overpass, make it hard to be confident that the estimated dates will hold. It seemed that I've lost a page, but anyway. Underlying all these other number 8, underlying all these other problems is the excessive density described as planned in the most recent Reston Master Plan, as Bob Petrine and Larry Butler have already noted. In the case of the TSAs, I believe the original flaw can be traced back to the administrative change of the TSA density table after the approval of Phase 1 in 2014, a change that has never been publicly explained and that increased overall TSA density by 31% and residential density by 58%. Additionally, for both TSA and non-TSA Reston, I agree with Larry Butler that density calculations were often done using dangerously abstract formulae. Ultimately, I believe these flawed results stemmed from a flawed process described by Bob, in which the interests of the greater Reston community were largely subordinated to development interests in both Phase 1 and Phase 2. And in the end, I believe Phase 1 and 2 were poorly integrated with each other, especially on density impacts and transportation issues. Restonians acknowledge that the 2014-2015 Reston Master Plan accomplished many wonderful things. We fully acknowledge the need for new development and redevelopment when done in the right amount, at the right time and place, and in the right way. So it is foolish and frankly insulting to say, based on our critique of what we believe to be flawed density numbers and infrastructure planning, that Restonians oppose growth, or worse, that they oppose diversity. Bob, could I borrow my picture? Number 9. In conclusion, I urge the Planning Commission to probe all these points with county staff. And I urge you to recommend that the Board of Supervisors not approve the proposed PRC amendment, but recommend that the PRC review be properly coupled with the next review of the Reston Master Plan in a process that includes genuine community participation. Again, thanks for the opportunity to address you tonight on this critical issue.
Thank you very much. We're going to have a 10-minute recess.
Was it that long?
Let me just give you a short update. Everybody's doing really well. You're respecting red. We're moving this right along. The commission has held its questions down to a minimum, and the testimony has been extremely good. We have about 5 more people who have signed up for 3 minutes. We're almost at the halfway mark with our listed speakers. We had 26. One dropped out. I said 27 when we began. So we're at number 10 now. And I think everybody, including the commission, and I'm sure you, would like to conclude tonight. So if we can move it along just a bit, I'll stipulate that everybody you agree on should be applauded, okay? So let's give everybody you agree on an applause. Okay? Now we'll save some time. You don't have to applaud after they speak, and we'll move it right along so we don't have to come back on the 31st, all right? Lynn Mulston, Bruce Ramo, Laurie Dodd. Please.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Lynn Mulston, Vice President with Reston Citizens Association, team member with the Coalition for a Planned Reston and a Reston Resident. I'm here tonight to present our grave concerns with the county's arguments for the need and timing of its proposed increase in the PRC's overall density cap. To do that, I will focus on Reston's planned open space and the contribution that our 2 18-hole golf courses make to that ideal and the impact to Reston's parks and recreation. First, the 2 Reston golf courses are vibrant, successful businesses with investors interested in purchasing them and maintaining them as golf courses. The Reston community pays not a single cent to maintain acres of precious open space, which also serves a critical purpose in our local ecology. Home to wildlife, interspersed with Reston Association pathways for residents, these areas act as the lungs of Reston, helping with huge stormwater and air pollution remediation challenges. Thank you for recognizing that not only is zero density on the golf courses needed, it is required for the PRC ratio to work. So let's talk about parks and open space. In 2015, at Reston Association's Conference Center, when the final Reston Master Plan Task Force report was being presented and about to be voted upon by task force members, Sandy Stallman of the Fairfax County Park Authority made a startling statement. She said that due to the rich tapestry of recreational amenities surrounding the TSA areas, there was no great need for Fairfax County's Park Authority to provide many amenities. She, of course, was referencing Reston Association's trails, pools, tennis courts, and parks on PRC privately owned property. As with most things in Restonians fund their amenities through Reston Association dues, as well as 2 vibrant community centers through a small tax district that extracts an extra 4.7 cents per $100 assessed real estate value for each of our 23,000 plus homes. Businesses also pay the RCC extra tax. The Park Authority has used this to their advantage for over 50 years, while Restonians are generously contributing through real estate taxes to the cost of every other district's pools, parks, rec centers, and recreational programming. Reston's PRC, with more than 60,000 members and growing, has very few Park Authority parks and no Park Authority programming at all. Although there are several large parks within Reston's boundaries or immediately adjacent, the county's Office of Neighborhood and Community Services allots field time on them to Herndon, Great Falls, Vienna, and Oakton groups, as well as Reston's. Frequently, Reston groups fight for playing time on local fields, despite RA's generous contribution with private fields. As you all are no doubt aware, capacity for playing fields has reached a critical level throughout the county. Suggested solutions are lighting and turfing of athletic fields. Both are expensive and controversial. Another huge complaint of residents all over the county is the need for more and better designed dog parks located in areas appropriately removed from residences. Of extreme consternation to many PRC members is the Park Authority's largest nearby park, Lake Fairfax on Reston's east border. Its master plan showed a future dog park in an ideal area central to the large acreage, away from any home, and providing necessary parking. However, over a weekend in 2016, Park Authority officials allowed a mountain biking club to come in with its own equipment and labor to convert the designated dog park area into a pump track area for mountain bikers. We are aware of no public hearings or prominent announcements that this was going to happen. It just did. This leads me to the most egregious complaint of all. There are 10 indoor rec centers in Fairfax County and 9 magisterial districts. Most have 1 indoor rec center. Mount Vernon has 2. Hunter Mill has not even our first brick. Reston's Master Plan Phase 1 Task Force decided that the location for ours will be in Reston Town Center North. Oh, goody! Our 50-year wait for parity is over. But no! Somehow, the planning gurus for the county-owned portion of that area have decided that the site dedicated for our rec center will be the very last block developed. Our recreation center that was on the front burner per our county park authority chair now sits on a stone-cold stove. And, as with school funding through bonds, money will be available only after projects elsewhere before us in the queue are satisfied. In short, for 10 years, the indoor rec center local citizens have been campaigning for will not be built for decades more. I ask you, how fair is this for Hunter Mill residents in general and Reston residents in particular? Back to Reston Town Center North and more parkland problems. It turns out that, unknown to anyone, as they divvied up land parcels to achieve equitable square footages of contiguous land, the county and Inova declined to present their plans for the storied Central Green. When presented finally last year at Reston Planning and Zoning Committee and RA's Design Review Board, condemnation of the park plan was unanimous. Although it is widely known that playing fields are desperately needed in Reston, the county and Inova failed to provide any opportunity to help that deficit. Instead, they provided a useless, narrow space broken up by unnecessary grid streets and diagonal hardscapes. How big is Reston Town Center North that it requires grid streets to trisect this limited but precious band of land? At great expense to us as taxpayers, they have been asked to return to the drawing board to refashion the Central Green into usable, active rec space on a plot wide enough to accommodate at least one playing field. So, how does one Reston stack up against Fairfax County's own rules? The county's urban parks framework and the county-wide adopted service level standards for athletic fields establish guidance for park size and recreational facilities. Suffice it to say that the Reston Plan does not remotely try to achieve the guidance laid out in these documents based on the county's faulty assumptions, much less our adjusted estimate of future population and employment growth. The prospective population and employment totals should mean the availability of more than 187 acres of parks within a half mile of the metro stations under the urban parks framework. That's about 1/8 of Reston's total station area. Given preliminary notions of additional mid-sized parks in PRC North and South Town Center, plus one in the Wheelie Station area, we think it may be possible to reach 90 acres of public and private parks in Reston station areas 4 decades from now. Bottom line, Reston station areas will have fewer park acres per capita than Manhattan does now. Aside from the impact on livability and total disregard for Reston planning principles, the ruinous shortage of open space, parks, and recreational facilities in the station areas will almost certainly see RA's facilities overrun with non-RA members no matter what the price for non-member use. Many of our long-term residents bought into Reston's motto, which was and still is, live, work, play. I want to leave you with a reflection from Beatrix Ferrand, America's first female landscape architect. One of Ferrand's great accomplishments was here in D.C. in the 1920s when she designed Dumbarton Oaks, an absolute gem where she was careful to plan many opportunities for the long view because she believed in offering beautiful vistas on which to gaze. I think that this concept of taking the long view, both in terms of vistas and in terms of time, thinking ahead, is a valuable one for us. Certainly, Reston as a planned community was designed with both meanings of the long view in mind. We were supposed to always have vistas of water, of open green space, and of wooded space. Many studies have proven the worth of this experience for wellness and creativity. In terms of taking the long view, of looking ahead in time, the current Reston Master Plan was supposed to guide us for 30 to 40 years. The documents clearly say so. The density increase proposal violates the Reston Master Plan right and left. Plus, looks to speed up Reston's growth at a time when we face great uncertainty about the very substantial effects of the already approved new development. We know what a much denser Northern Virginia community looks like: Ballston, Tysons Corner, Crystal City. And while that's fine for folks who like that urban setup, it's not what planned Reston was ever supposed to be. And once again, we go down that path. Once we go down that path, it is irreversible because the land will never be reclaimed for less crowded or open space. Reston has always had a vision, and we Restonians moved here because we believed in the vision. We have made the biggest investments of our life, both in terms of our time, investing of ourselves in the community, and money, our homes. We shouldn't be, excuse the expression, shafted because some developers see opportunity to make lots of money by building, selling, and leaving. They leave, but we are here for the long term. We hope that you will take the long view and send this amendment back to the county staff for rework and incorporation into or recoupling with the next version of the Reston Master Plan Amendment. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Bruce Ramo. Add some minutes. Bruce Ramo, Laurie Dodd, Carol Fenn.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Ramo. I'm a resident of Hemingway Cluster in Reston. That cluster is a development of approximately 78 homes, townhomes, single-family homes, about 200 people. We are located near North Point Village Center and St. John Woods development areas identified as hotspots for potential redevelopment and therefore directly impacted by the proposed zoning amendment. Before being approved, and I just want to make sure that this is understood, our cluster had a vote about the amendment. I can report the results. There was 95% opposition to the proposed zoning amendment. It is a challenge to learn the intricacies of zoning and planning rules that will determine the future of our community. Like the Planning Commission and the county staff, we in the public are confronted by a host of state statutes and county ordinances, lots of rules. But the issue concerning the proposed amendment to the density cap in Reston can be reduced to one simple rule: two wrongs don't make a right. Now, how does this simple rule apply to the complex zoning issue on the agenda this evening? Let's review the key points made by the community and by this commission in their working session on January 10th. You heard the history of the Phase 2 review of the Reston Master Plan for the PRC. The community task force that participated in review of the plan for the transit station areas, called Phase 1, was disbanded before Phase 2 commenced. Therefore, there was minimal meaningful opportunity for public participation in the Phase 2 plan for the PRC. And that fact is reflected in the discontent that you see in the room this evening. It was wrong to have short-circuited that planning process, and it would be wrong to proceed on the plan that followed it. Two wrongs don't make a right. In your January 10th working session, members of the commission expressed concern that approval of Phase 2 of the Reston Master Plan was not based on adequate analysis of the impact to the Reston village centers, and that it was a mistake, as has been discussed many times tonight, to uncouple the planning and the zoning. Yet, the county is staff is determined to double down on those mistakes by moving forward to raise the zoning cap now, despite the significant questions by the community and by members of this commission. Two wrongs don't make a right. You have been presented analyses of the need for raising the zoning cap now. the Reston Association provided the Commission compelling reasons to question the underlying facts and assumptions used in the county's PRC density calculations, both present and future. For current density figures, the staff apparently relies on developer-produced data that are neither official nor consistent. For future development, the staff report frequently used mathematical calculations with little connection to reality on the ground. It would be an error to move forward with zoning changes built upon such a rickety foundation of inconsistent facts and conjecture. Why, once again, short-circuit thoughtful planning coupled with appropriate zoning? Why not take advantage of an awoken community that is eager to work with staff and this commission? Why charge ahead based on the erroneous path, going down the same erroneous path that was taken in 2015? Remember, two wrongs don't make a right. Members of the Reston community also provided the Commission with thoughtful analyses of infrastructure considerations that arise from an increase in the density in Reston, both in the PRC and the transit station areas. While infrastructure may not be the direct concern of this Commission, as members of the Commission noted in your January 10 working session, it would be irresponsible to recommend to the Board of Supervisors increases in zoning density without a sound understanding that the development and population growth facilitated by density increases are supported by the schools, roads, parks, and fire and safety resources. The speakers have clearly demonstrated significant gaps between optimistic plans and the reality that funding for such projects is nowhere in sight. For example, you were told by the county staff about plans for roads, but the reality is less rosy. The Northern Virginia Transportation Authority's first ever 6-year program report for 2018 through 2023 lists not one penny to be allocated to Reston road projects, nor are their projects in Reston listed in their table of funded projects for 2014 through 2017. Thus, for nearly the first decade of the revised Reston Master Plan, a period of massive development, significant road projects for Reston have been and remain little more than plans. It is wrong for infrastructure needs of Reston to be kicked so far down the road, and it would be wrong to facilitate increased density knowing full well that infrastructure needs are nowhere near being met. Two wrongs don't make a right.
Thank you, Laurie Dodd, Carol Fenn.
I'm not concluded. Let me conclude finally.
You ended in such a dramatic note. I thought that was the finale.
It is full of drama, I agree.
It was wonderful, actually.
Finally, and most fundamentally, the proposed increase in Reston PRC density undermines the integrity of Reston as a planned community. It is a challenge to maintain a vibrant PRC that adapts to changes and maintains its character. For Reston, character includes diversity, commitment to the environment, architectural excellence, and opportunity for all residents to enjoy a high quality of daily life. A reasonable zoning cap, coupled with thoughtful planning and with the design guidelines and principles of the Reston deed covenants, all combine to enable the PRC to evolve as a planned community long after the founding developers have left. If Reston is to remain a viable planned community, the residents need all those tools, all three of those tools. It was a mistake in 2015 to engage in less than a transparent, thoughtful process for the Phase 2 Master Plan revisions. and it would be a mistake to codify the error by recommending approval of zoning cap increase to implement the flawed plan, because two wrongs don't make a right. On behalf of Hemingway Cluster, CPR, RA, and all like-minded Restonians, I urge this commission to recommend to the Board of Supervisors that they reject the proposed zoning amendment. Now I'm done. Thank you very much.
Laurie Dodd, Carol Fenn, Ray Waddell.
My name's Laurie Dodd. I reside at 12024 Lake Newport Road. I've lived in Reston for 23 years with my husband and have raised 2 children here who went through public schools. And we love Reston for its inclusive and diverse community, for the small town feeling we've got here. And my children would say that they love it for its nearness to nature. They've been able to go catching tadpoles in the woods and paths behind our home. And I have been such an advocate of Reston that I've worn yellow many times and attended public meetings as a member of the Coalition for a Planned Reston. I have not felt that my voice was heard at these meetings, even when my elected representatives and county staff were sitting in front of me, surrounded by 900 other residents of Reston. And that's what brings me here to speak to you all today, because this is a time that is critical for Reston. I believe there's no need to increase the density cap now, and that to do so without solid plans for the schools, roads, buses, parks, police, and other public safety and other services that would be needed by those residents would damage the Reston that we know and love. The promise and vision of Reston must remain alive for us and for Restonians yet to be. Others have raised questions about the math that goes behind this proposal, and I share those concerns. But mostly I ask, why are we in such a hurry to raise the cap now? Just developing Reston to the levels that are already approved will bring dramatic changes. Thousands of homes have been approved that are not yet built. All of these Restonians will require more community services than we can currently provide. So why approve a plan? Why approve an increase without a full plan? And no one is asking that schools be built, that roads be built before there are students to attend or cars to drive on those roads. But there needs to be a plan. There needs to be funding. There needs to be identified land where schools could be built if they're going to be needed by an increase in population. So we know also how slowly transportation needs are funded even when they are identified. We see that soapstone improvements are scheduled to come online at 2027 if the schedule is met. Those of us who drive from one end of Reston to the other during rush hour can only imagine how much worse our traffic can get if there is an increase in density without sufficient planning. Density in Reston's village centers could quadruple under this proposal. And I ask, why does it make sense to have islands of density at village centers that are separated from our transit corridor? So we know that Reston will grow. With Metro in Reston, Reston has already grown and changed. And we need density near transit. It makes sense to have high-rise buildings near the metro stations, at the metro stations. And we need affordable housing near Metro so that low-income and middle-income residents could have easy access to transit. Good environmental stewardship demands transit-oriented development. But what about this plan? We have areas a half-mile away or more from metro stations where we need neighborhoods. We need bus stops, parks, playing fields. And yet there is a proposal to have high density at those village centers a distance away from the transit. I want my children to be able to live in Reston as adults and catch tadpoles with their children someday. And I want the promise and vision of Reston to thrive. Finally, Reston residents have not been sufficiently included in the planning process. Several supervisors have raised that at a point at Board of Supervisors meetings to say, why are resident questions going unanswered? Why are they still asking for more engagement and it's not being provided? Well, I agree with those supervisors. Resident input has to be more extensive. There are some aspects of development that we can't control, but some things we can control. And I'm with the folks who want to hold on with both hands to the promise of Reston. I'm with those who feel that unplanned development threatens our quality of life. And I say Reston cannot lose one more inch of open space to unplanned development. Thank you.
Carol Fenn, Ray Waddell, Deborah Pestrom. We're around the clubhouse turn.
Good evening. My name is Carol Fenn. I'm a Reston resident. I'm here to convey what I think Reston residents want, and that is smaller, smarter, greener, accessible, and diverse suburban living. Quoting Anna Huxtable, an architectural writer for the New York Times, at a time when millions were fleeing crowded cities for what some sociologists called a colorless life in suburbia, Reston founder Robert Simon envisioned a suburbia that blended the serenity of an Italian hill town, the urban attraction of San Francisco's Embarcadero, and the social equality of a utopia in Finland. We haven't quite managed these ideals, but I think Reston citizens want to strive for them in form of quality over quantity in suburban planning. We want a town with less density, not a large urban center like Crystal City or Roslyn or Boston. What do we want? Smaller and smarter, not grandiose and massive scale. Robert Simon planned 7 shopping centers, shopping plazas, each serving a village of 10,000 to 12,000 residents, 35 houses of worship, 21 schools, et cetera, and places where people could be employed, and a downtown area with transportation, medical, hotel, and entertainment facilities. Well, times have changed, and we're far past that, and many larger employers have moved in already, and we have to accommodate that, so we do need growth. However, I think Reston residents would like smart, green, and beautiful building or renovation of these existing villages that were intended so that we can have smaller scale development. And we also need smart development and smaller scale development around the new metro station and the commercial village nearby. So the mantra would be smaller, smart, green, and beautiful. That's what we need in Reston. Something that hasn't been addressed quite as much tonight is diversity and accessibility. Traditionally, Reston has been a racially integrated, economically diverse mix of urban and suburban lifestyles, with high-rise apartment buildings, townhouses, single-family homes, youth and senior centers, swimming pools, tennis courts, Woodland Pass, lakeside shops. But unfortunately, much of Reston's current development seen to date has ignored middle and lower class income residents, seniors, and disabled citizens. Reston really does need housing for its teachers, policemen, firefighters, and nurses, much less the people in the service industry and in retail. As a near senior citizen and teacher myself, I'm wondering, what can I do when I'm ready to downsize? Condos and apartments are more expensive than my townhouse that I have to share with a roommate in order to be affordable. I could not find a single-level place to buy as an impending senior in my price range because condo fees are so high and single-family houses and apartments are out of my price universe. My roommate recently became disabled, and we've not been able to find him an affordable place to live without stairs, where he can eat in his building or somewhere nearby. So diversity and accessibility for an aging population are critical. Other people have already addressed traffic, safety, and density. Current traffic is already a rush hour nightmare, making for a stressful and dangerous commute and reduction of time for family, work, or errands. Roadways and planning for them have not kept pace with the creeping density Reston has experienced already, much less planned increased density. Adding more people without almost immediate new roadways and transportation options will bring travel to even more of a crawl, increasing accidents and reducing work productivity and time with family. And in my case, sometimes it's pretty impossible to get out of my neighborhood unless I turn right. I can't turn left. I have to go all the way around to the light in order to get out already. And ultimately, this seriously impacts the quality of life that makes Reston a less desirable place to live. Rethinking, okay, am I out of time?
Yes.
Okay, all right, just very quickly. Reston Town Center really we need to do something about Reston Town Center. It's an untenable place for current businesses. Businesses are fleeing, and Lake Ann needs to be updated too, okay? So finally, the mantra, small, smart, beautiful. Thank you.
Ray Waddell, Deborah Pestronk, John Pinkman.
Hi, I'm John Pinkman, and I appreciate your patience this evening. I represent thousands of citizens who comprise the Rescue Reston organization and constituency. I'm going to take a little softer approach.
We skipped a couple people. Is Ray Waddell here? Deborah Pestronk? Go right ahead.
Coincidentally, just this morning, Facebook reminded me that 4 years ago, on this very day, I was standing at this very lectern, working with the county to stop the reckless and abusive development of the golf courses in Reston. Many of these folks here were here at that time, and you can probably blame me for the yellow shirts. It's been a mutually beneficial relationship to work with the county in the past. We are confident that it will continue in the future. Our joint mission has remained the same, and that is to discover where the citizens want to go and help them get there. I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about personal leadership. We share that obligation. First, let me begin by asking you, were you ever sold something that you really didn't want to buy? Did you ever have the occasion of saying, that salesman is such a nice person, we should really buy that car? He's so nice. And if you did, and you couldn't return it, and you had to live with that purchase, you may remember being very unhappy for many years. Excellence in leadership cannot survive by just being nice in order to close the deal. Leadership is an ongoing commitment to listen and act upon what you hear. Tonight, you've listened to quite a bit from Restonians, really smart people, and I was extremely impressed about why the cap should remain at 13. I'm hopeful you have heard them. Without overstating the obvious, we're all talking about leadership. There's many leaders here today that represent Reston constituents. I think it would be beneficial to remind ourselves about the leadership mission. Leaders are people with a vision. They crystallize that vision into a reality that people can understand. Then, using skill, communicate that vision to others. When others take action on that vision, they become followers. Leaders must have followers. You folks are being entrusted to lead us into the future. The true leader the community leader, does not command followers to act. Community leadership is entrusted with a mission to build a consensus. Community leaders must have a sense of where the followers want to go. That's why we're here tonight. After tonight, a community leader might ask, and one has already asked for this, and I would welcome the concept. Would this plan to increase density pass a public referendum, or would it be soundly rejected? When I moved my family to Reston, there was only one old farmhouse where downtown Reston sits today. 40 years later, we know development. We have experienced growth with positive change. We all have worked very hard to maintain the unique quality of Reston. Together, over the decades, we have fostered a compassionate and a thoughtful development, which is now nationally recognized and taught in universities. But when do you stop? When is enough enough? When does the future plan start to erode the successful past? We're here tonight to tell you, as leaders, we are united in saying that we have reached a point where excesses in population density will destroy the design of what we have created and built during the past 50 years. We are asking you to hear what we want. For our neighborhoods, for the community of Reston, it's not an unreasonable request. Thank you.
Thank you. John Burns, Josh Laverca, Shane Murphy. John Burns here? Yeah, you were next. You didn't hear me. I'm sorry. John Laverca, is he here? Okay. And then Shane Murphy. Excuse me.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission, my name is John Burns, and I'm speaking to you tonight as the chair of the Fairfax County Architectural Review Board, and I'm speaking on their behalf. Now, unlike most of the speakers you've heard from tonight, I'm not a resident of Reston. I do live in a modernist house on the other end of the county, and our neighborhood is also facing development pressures, and we're striving to try and protect the heritage, the character, defining features that make our place where we live special. And I'm sure the citizens here have that same thing in mind. But I've known Reston for a long time. I first visited when I was in college, let's say last century. And I remember going out and visiting and studying it. And so I've had a long-standing relationship with the community nevertheless. Now, you've already received a letter describing the ARB's concerns and recommendations regarding the proposed density increase in the Reston Planned Residential Community District. The ARB's primary concern is the impact of the density increase on the Lake Ann Center Historic Overlay District and the immediate surrounding area. Hence our recommendation for a buffer area transitioning to the overall proposed density increase. I will not read that letter, but I want to explain more about why that letter was written. When the PRC district was created, the county established that land use planning in Reston is to be considered holistically. And following county policy and regulations, proposed changes must include an assessment of the impact of the proposed changes on known and potential heritage resources. Unfortunately, there is no existing survey of heritage resources within the Reston PRC on which to make an assessment. Now, with regard to heritage resources, the overview for the Upper Potomac Planning District Comprehensive Plan states on page 11, the Upper Potomac Planning District contains both known and potential heritage resources. A little further in that document on page 23, it states, prior to any zoning action, heritage resources staff from the Department of Planning and Zoning should be consulted as to what architectural surveys are necessary to document any on-site cultural resources. Staff from the Cultural Resource Management and Protection Branch of the Park Authority should be consulted to develop a scope of work for any on-site archaeological surveys prior to any development or ground disturbing activities. Should architectural or archaeological resources be discovered that are potentially eligible for inclusion in the National Register. Further survey and testing should occur to evaluate these resources as to their eligibility. And if such resources are found to be eligible, mitigation measures should be developed that may include avoidance, documentation, data recovery, excavation, and interpretation. Now, to date, the county has not conducted an inventory to identify potential heritage resources in Reston or the county at large. And the lack of a comprehensive heritage resource inventory is inconsistent with the county's stated objectives for the PRC district and is a disservice to both the county residents and the protection of historic architectural and archaeological resources, and to developers who need complete and accurate information on the properties they seek to redevelop, including potential heritage resources. Already we have witnessed the detrimental impact of a lack of survey in the demolition of the American Press Institute Conference Center. Thank you for the shout out to the person who spoke a little earlier. The threat to the educational organization buildings along Association Drive caused by the soapstone connector. The coming threat to the original Gulf and Reston Association buildings in Isaac Newton Square. The potential threat to the Lake Ann Historic Overlay District. And now this unknown threat to potential heritage resources in other parts of the Reston PRC district. The ARB has already dealt with the impact of redevelopment pressures in the Lake Ann HOD from the proposed Crescent redevelopment. Over a series of meetings, the ARB worked with the developer to reduce the scale and massing of the proposed work to avoid overwhelming the historic, relatively small-scale massing and scale of Lake Ann Center. In response to these obvious deficiencies, the ARB has asked repeatedly to be involved in the overall planning process. Unfortunately, that's not happened. It's also unfortunate the ARB was not briefed by the Department of Planning and Zoning on the Reston PRC density increase proposal until our January 10th, 2019 meeting, just less than 2 weeks ago. And it's unfortunate the ARB did not have the opportunity to provide input early in the process to avoid having to come and present our concerns in a public hearing. The ARB is able and willing to assume a critical role in helping the county protect heritage resources and avoid last-minute preservation conflicts, as occurred for the Commons of McLean and the American Press Institute. But it must be included in future comprehensive and master planning efforts to be effective in that role. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Burns had reminded me of a couple things, and I did want to follow up with staff at least, and I don't know if Ms. Bentley or somebody knows the status of the survey of what I would describe as historic resources that might be less than 50 years old. And this was an issue that came up before. And I guess I'll say this again, that some of the younger commissioners might, or more recent commissioners might not remember this, but 4 years ago, whenever it was, the last night of that we did something on the plan the last time, the final speaker was Mr. Simon. And it was the last time he came to the commission. We didn't know that at the time, but it was a few weeks before he passed. And it was difficult for him, I think, to wait till the end of a long night and come down and talk. But he had two things to tell us, and one was about the village centers, and maybe we disagree a little bit now. But the other point that he made, and I'm going to remember this as long as I'm here, was about I think a failure in his view to maintain world-class architecture as an objective for Reston, that maybe they had done better in the 60s than now, and I don't think he was satisfied necessarily with how Reston Town Center had turned out at that level, and he was encouraging us, to look to a town called Columbus, Indiana, where there is a lot of it's not a big place, but there's public investment in bringing world-class architecture to the town for what buildings that they have, and they have an extraordinary number of world-class architects doing buildings in this little place. And that was one of the 2 points that Mr. Simon had left us with. And then it wasn't too long after that he had passed, and it wasn't too long after that we had the whole API building thing. And this commission recommended denial of that. I mean, that's one of the examples where I can't remember if staff was recommending approval. They probably were. We went the other way, and then the board ended up approving it. And one of the problems that we had at the time was that whatever else the plan did, it's the references to historic resources didn't pick up on specific things at the time, such as the only building in Virginia by Marcel Breuer, or the only building designed by a world-class architect, or the importance of that to Reston, whatever. It was a building, and the plan didn't say anything about it. In the wake of that, I can't remember if it was a follow-on motion or whatever it was, my understanding was that we were going to try and do something. Now Ms. Bentley is nodding. And whether it was a drive-by or whatever it was, we were going to try and catch quickly in the net what could be identified so that we wouldn't be in that same box again, where an application came in before the plan said anything about it, and we wouldn't have any criteria. So if you're with me to this point, what I'm asking about, I kind of half remember this. What's the status of the young lady, and I'm sorry I've forgotten her name, and she was a BZA staff person, and she got married, and she came back, and she was going to do the historic...
Laura Arsenault.
Laura Arsenault, exactly right. And I thought she was working on that. What all happened with that?
Oh, go ahead. Yes, you were correct. The Heritage Resources staff, including Laura and her colleagues, have been working on that. They've also become more involved in development review. They sit at the table a lot more and have a lot more to say. And what I'd like to do is come back to you with a more specific update on where they are and sort of, percent complete and that sort of thing. But I know that the work is progressing, and the Planning Division in DPZ is very committed to completing that.
Let me red flag that from my wish list of miscellaneous topics that I would like to catch in the net. And the reason why is, in reading this again, to prepare reading, we got 184 pages or whatever it is that we said. That page and a half is written in a way it's like, we will need to do this, and these things will need to happen, or something like that, I thought. And maybe some of that is obsolete by now if some of that work has been done and there's something else that could be said.
So can you just clarify the page and a half you're referring to?
Yes, there's a page and a half in the Reston section that deals with...
Oh, in the plan.
In the plan, in the comprehensive plan, that deals with historic resources. And basically it says what Mr. Burns said. There isn't a survey now, but we got to finish it. We got to look at it and do something. And I'm thinking, well, it's been 4 years, and maybe we're a little further along by now, and there still isn't really any meat on the bone if a case comes in and another building is in play. We know about it, but the plan still says what it says, and there may be other things, whether it's a follow-on motion or something else, that we may be looking at. But that, to me, that's a loose end. Mr. Simon kind of called it out with his parting shot in a way. We didn't really focus on that at the time, and maybe there's more to be said.
Yes, we're happy to report back to you. We have been working on it.
The second thing for Mr. Burns, and staff, please jump in. I think that whatever else is in the letter, and there's a lot of things in there, my seat of the pants answer is that whatever authority the ARB has to review whatever it is that comes in with a do-over of Lake Ann is untouched. The plan remains the same. Whatever we said, we're leaving that alone. The authority, whatever the cap is, the authority of the ARB to do whatever it does with whatever comes across the desk, that's unchanged. Is that Ms. Johnson or Ms.
Yes,
Belgian?
that's correct. The ARB does have and it's set forth in the plan, would review any development applications that come in to Lake Ann that's part of the historic overlay district, and they would review the rezonings, they would review site plans, and the thought that there's additional density that this proposal, by increasing the population cap, would put onto Lake Ann is really not true, because the density is already planned for there. It's what's existing. It's what was done as part of the previous planning process, and it was carried forward in 2015 when they did the second phase. It was its own plan amendment, which at that time the ARB would have been involved in.
Here's another question, a specific hypothetical now that he's brought it up. 2 or 3 years from now, Lake Ann comes in again with a specific application, but we've run out of PRC. The application comes in as a PRM or PDC, maybe PDC, I guess. The ARB still gets to review it if it's PDC. Nothing changes with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, if I may add something to that.
Yeah, please.
You had mentioned some of these changes, the full impact won't be felt for maybe 2 decades.
Well,
and 2 decades from now, buildings that are just 30 years old now will be 50 years old, and that's the common threshold for historicity. So it's wise for the county to now look at, in the Reston area, buildings younger than 50 years of age.
Yes,
no
and we should do that. I think we agreed we should do that. And my question to staff is, we botched it once. The API building should not have been demolished. I will believe that to the end of my days. But we can improve what we've got in that page and a half, I think.
Yes, Mr. Rothfelder.
Mr. Burns, the age is important in terms of the historic aspect, but you would agree, I think, that if a building is considered architecturally significant, based on who the architect was, the special design, location, even if it's less than 50 years old, it also can receive the same kind of protection that a building that George Washington slept in may have received.
That is correct. There's no age distinction once they're designated as historic. So Sully Plantation, for instance, would be treated similarly to Lake Ann Center.
And Reston has had a number of sort of mid-century or third quarter 20th century buildings that were designed by well-known and in some cases world-class architects. I know that the staff has been looking into those after our previous hearings and discussion about the API building. But have they sat down with you and the members of the ARB to talk about specific buildings or sites in Reston where they're currently focusing their survey?
Yes, Laura Arsenault has been keeping us informed of development proposals that are coming along and sharing that information with us. And to the extent that we're able, we're a volunteer organization, and so we go out and look at these things and research them. Now, I might also add, it's not just individual buildings that are significant.
Right.
It's the collective assembly, and I think Association Drive is an example of that, where you have a series of architecturally distinctive buildings in a campus-like setting, and that was part of the original Reston planning process. And so I think you need to look at those as an agglomeration, not as individual buildings.
So some of those sites and or buildings would go on to the Fairfax County list of inventory of historic sites, but would still require acknowledgement within the comprehensive plan, so that as future development proposals come along for those sites, it gives staff an opportunity to say, whoa, wait a minute, this building or these buildings in this site have important significance, and they have to sort of be singled out within the comprehensive plan itself.
That would be an ideal scenario, yes, sir. I think education is the best tool to protect the heritage of Reston.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. John Viverka, and then Shane Murphy. Sit down, Shane. You're after John. Gee, please.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Planning Commission, for sticking with us. Josh Viverka, I'm here representing the Northern Virginia Association of Realtors, and I guarantee I won't take my 10 minutes. So just as a little bit of background, and I'm here speaking in support of the amendment. As a little bit of background, NVAR has 13,000 members across Northern Virginia. We have 400 members living in Reston and 800 members who work for brokerages in Reston. And this proposal has been examined and debated by our Realtor members. Our position was approved by our Public Policy Committee and the Executive Committee of our board. It's not a position we've taken lightly. We certainly understand the balance of quality and quantity when it comes to development and the impact on home values and quality of life. But with that said, we feel that Reston needs additional density to meet the future needs of the community and the housing market, not just in Reston, but across the region. Study after study, poll after poll among our members, among consumers, have all shown that what they want is transit-oriented development. They want smart growth and walkability, and they want the cliched, live, work, play. So this trend, it's a trend across the county, across the region, and the country. And, what the region needs is diverse housing stock. That's small units, large units, high-rise condos, and single-family homes. The pace of economic development in the region demanded this long before Amazon came to the region. That's just amplified the whole need for housing. We need housing to meet the needs of our workforce at all income levels. We also need density to alleviate congestion, and that seems like false thinking, but it's true. NVAR has fought for solutions for our regional traffic issues for a long time, and we've heard numerous times you can't pave your way out of traffic congestion. What we need to do is we need to work on transit-oriented development, get people off the roads, get them on the trains, get them living near where they get on the trains, get them living near where they can walk to work, where they can bike to work. This proposal is vital for the future of the economic prosperity of not just Reston, but the entire region. A robust housing market will help and be part of that. So for those reasons, we ask that you support the residential density zoning ordinance.
Thank you very much. Shane Murphy, Richard Kennedy, Mark Looney.
Chairman Murphy.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Chairman Murphy, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Shane Murphy, no known relation to the chairman. I reside at 12010 Rosier's Branch Drive, proud resident of the Hunter Mill District. And while I'm also a board member of the Greater Reston Chamber of Commerce and support their comments tonight, I'd like to speak on my own behalf. We moved here in 1979. I grew up here. Went to Armstrong Elementary School. My kids now attend Armstrong and Langston Hughes. And as I grew up in the area, there were two places we could go in Reston. There was primarily Hunter's Woods and Lake Ann. They're two different village centers. And Hunter's Woods, for those of you who remember, had the library before Reston Regional was there. They had the community library, and they had the Baskin Robbins. So we would go get ice cream, and then we'd go grab our books. If you wanted to go play, though, you went to go to Lake Ann, because Lake Ann had the cooler places to play. And I remember as I grew up and got into college, I know we all bring up Bob Simon's name, but I actually went and called him one day and went to see him. I was doing a project. I was interested in Reston, and I did a project in college on Reston. So I went to see him. He was very accessible. I went to see him at Lake Ann. Was able to visit him from his perch. We talked several times over the next several years because I wanted to understand what his vision was for Reston. And the first thing I learned about him was that he was a visionary. He was about 30 years ahead of his time, and he would tell you that the only village center that he actually believed was built correctly was Lake Ann, because Lake Ann was built with a true mixed-use environment. It had retail, it had a little bit of office, and it had residential. He would have told you that the other village centers were not built in that way. And as somebody who witnessed the decline of Hunter's Woods before it was revitalized in the mid-'90s, I can tell you that I think that's true. The second thing is, if you kind of stick with the village centers for a minute, and you look at what you would do today if you were building those village centers, you would build them today as a mixed-use environment in all likelihood. Almost all of the work that folks are doing these days are building mixed-use environments. And I think 3 of the 5 village centers are still ripe for some form of redevelopment. Tall Oaks has been done. Not sure what's going to happen with Lake Ann, but if you look at North Point, Hunters Woods, or South Lakes, any of those could be reconstructed in keeping with Bob Simon's vision for the community as mixed-use environments. I think it's also important for the transit station areas to make sure that you have the density that you need to build within those environments. And having talked to Bob and talked to folks who were around when the PRC amendments went through back in the 60s, and you talk about what was the history of the population cap. And really what they did was they kind of took a swag and they said, okay, here's what we think is going to be the average number of people living in these various types of dwelling units. And they added that all together and they came up with the number of 13. And I remember even when I was talking to Bob years ago, he had identified that was a potential problem. Because he said, look, if we're going to redevelop these village centers, we're getting closer and closer to this cap. And we've known this for years, that the cap is eventually going to become a problem. Or, to Commissioner Hart's point, that folks may merely start zoning into other zoning categories, as PRC is the only known zoning category that I'm aware of in Virginia that has a population cap. Most categories are limited by either dwelling units, floor area ratio, some form of density, as opposed to a population cap. So I think, as a longtime resident here, as somebody who's watched Reston grow into what it was, when we moved here, North Point was fields and forests, as was Reston Town Center. I really liked how this area grew. It grew into, when we first moved out here, I love to tell a story. My grandmother lived in Fairfax City, and she said, why would you all move all the way out there? There is nothing there. And 40 years later, there is good development here, and I think we can make it better. But I think in order to do that, we need to make sure that we have the tools to do that. I'm not advocating that we just throw everything out, but I think you do need to have this density cap raised, this population cap raised, in order to make Reston into what it can be next. And again, I think that's primarily the village centers. There are some other areas that may redevelop, but I think it's primarily the village centers and some of the transit station areas, which admittedly will be split between PDC, PRM, and PRC. So in conclusion, I would ask that you support the amendments. Happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hart?
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, I'll try. I don't mean to put you on the spot. If I agreed and I was making the motion, nobody has articulated a number. We have staff's numbers for everything and with a range in the advertised amendment, and we've had a few speakers saying, yeah, we support this, it needs to go up, but to what and why? What would the number be?
Again, my personal preference would be that there not be a population cap. To me, that
well,
you have a density cap.
We were constrained by the advertising, I guess. But
no, that's
if
fine.
it's 15, why is it 15 or not 14.5 or 13.7 or what is the number?
What is the number? Well, again, if you look at, I'm just looking at the staff report and what's in the staff report. And
they're leaving that to us.
I'm sorry?
They're leaving that to us.
Yeah, and so my preference is based on the advertising. We go to 15. But again, as I've talked to folks over the years on this, I think the clear preference in terms of how Reston was originally organized would be that the cap not be there. But I think the better part of than he didn't advertise eliminating the cap. So I think the reality is you would take it to 15 in my preference.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Kennedy, see here, and Mark Looney.
Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Dick Kennedy. I live at 11441 Waterview Cluster in Reston. I don't envy you, gentlemen and ladies, for the what you're going to do with all this information that's been presented. There's some tricky issues here that you're going to have to deal with. I'm the Fairfax County Redevelopment and Housing Authority Commissioner. I've been on the Reston Planning and Zoning Committee, and I was in the Master Plan Task Force when that was so active and we had so many meetings. I've lived here for 43 years, and I've seen tremendous amounts of change. I'm sympathetic with a lot of the views from my fellow Restonians that wear the yellow shirts, because Reston is changing, but that is inevitable. And I'll get to how I deal with that in just a quick minute. I've cut down whatever I want to say radically as I've listened to everybody else's comments that have been presented to you. But the issue tonight for you and for all of us is a change in the zoning requirement dealing with persons per acre, which is currently at 13. And I find, from a planning perspective, this is an awful, clumsy, terrible tool. It doesn't do what is needed. What we have to address that is the master plan. And that addresses density with FARs and other tools. But so I would, with respect to the last question you asked, I don't care what the number is, as long as it works. Or if you could get rid of it and focus on the master plan, that would be fine. But I leave to our county staff how to figure out what the number actually is, because it's a very clumsy thing, and you've got to do all sorts of estimating on it, and you include things that were planned and not built, and it just gets to be a mess. When you look at the practicality of it in terms of estimating what our current population is, it's way off. So I leave you with that, and I would like to thank the staff over time for the good work they've done over a long time for us, and they have some more challenges in getting these numbers right for sure with respect to this density cap, if we're going to keep it. I also wanted to thank Kathy Hudgens for all the effort she's put in. There's a lot of people disagree with her on some of these things, but the one thing that makes me angry is when a few folks talked about her in this business of she's in the developers' pockets. That's not true. I know Kathy Hudgens very closely. I've known her for over 40 years. Our kids played soccer together, and I've been in meetings with her with developers, and that's garbage, okay? She's not in their pocket.
Please address
and
your
comment.
Please
really
address
object.
your comments to the commission.
What?
Please address your comments to the commission, okay?
I'm sorry, what?
Please address your comments to the commission.
Yes. I'd also like to thank you all for taking this time tonight, and I hope that you can do a good job in sorting it out and helping us move forward in the direction that the master plan calls for. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Looney, Yavu Zanelli, and Robert Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Looney, I'm an attorney in Reston, and usually when I stand before you all, it's on behalf of a particular client's needs, and tonight I'm speaking individually because for the better part of the last 20 years, I have spent a lot of my professional life working on development projects and zoning issues in Reston, and I think I have a particularly unique view on the history of how we got to where we are, what we have done to plan for the future of Reston, and the tools that are necessary to be able to implement that vision going forward. And it's amazing to me that we're spending so much energy fighting over what is in essence a second-grade math equation. And it's a second-grade math equation that was invented for the purposes of the time, which was to figure out an estimate of how big we thought Reston was going to be when Bob Simon's original vision was implemented more than 50 years ago. One of my, I'll call him predecessors in interest in doing zoning work in Reston was a guy by the name of Ed Pritchard, who was a lawyer in the city of Fairfax. And he and Bob and a couple of others came up with this construct of the PRC zoning because Fairfax County zoning regulations at the time didn't permit you to mix uses the way they wanted to mix uses. And so they created a zoning district working with the county staff to figure out how to implement the vision that he had set for a mixed-use community. The county staff, as I understand it, asked him, well, how many people do you expect to have in this planned community? And he said, well, what's the average household size of your typical suburban neighborhood in Fairfax County? And they said, well, we have 3.6, 3.7 people per house. And he said, what's the average lot size? And they said 12,500 square feet. And the math equation, if you take the PRC area and divide it by 3.6 or 3.7 persons per household at 12,500 square feet per lot, that gives you the population cap that is set forth in the zoning ordinance. He basically said, I want to build a typical suburban neighborhood, but I want to do it differently. I'm not going to make it any more dense than any other community. I'm going to make it just as dense as every other community. I'm just going to arrange it differently. So when we talk about what 13 persons per acre translates into, it translates into one house per 12,500 square feet per lot. That's it. And now we're all wrapped around the axle about whether it's too dense or not dense enough in these areas, when really all we're doing is planning a suburban community. And we're reflecting on the fact that it's now 55 years old. And we're trying to plan for the next 55 years. And 18 years ago, we made a decision to build a $6.5 billion rail line through the middle of the community. We knew it was going to change the community. In 2001, your predecessors, some of you were on here at the time, but your predecessors on the Planning Commission, the Board of Supervisors, adopted updates to the master plan of Fairfax County and updates to the master plan of Reston to create the transit station areas. And you put extra density in 2001 around the future transit station areas. The updates that were approved in 2014 merely updated those planning efforts. They added more specificity, they added more requirements, they added more expectations, they added a whole lot of visionary elements into the plan. But it was the same principle, concentrate density next to the rail stations. But you figured out you didn't have the tools to actually implement that. And so here we are, 4.5, 5 years later, trying to figure out how we're going to put in place the tools to implement a plan that was really adopted in 2001, not 2014, and had to be done because we were making a $6.5 billion investment in this community. And so when we talk about what we're doing here, we're trying to plan Reston's next 50 years. We're not trying to go back and revisit decisions that were made in 2001. God help us if we are, because we've spent a whole crap load of money needlessly, if that's what we're trying to do. The second point I'll make is you need this amendment in both the TSA areas and the non-TSA areas. And the reason is they're competing for the same density under the PRC cap, number one. It's the same 12,500 square foot lot, spread differently. And for every dense development that you have in a TSA, the less likely it is that you're going to be able to implement redevelopment of Lake Ann, because they will suck the density out of it. The second piece is that the TSA areas are competing in a market perspective for the same units that Lake Ann is. The biggest detriment to the revitalization of Lake Ann is not Lake Ann. It's the transit station areas, because the Lake Ann areas are competing with the transit station areas for the same construction dollars, the same rent dollars, the same condominium dollars. And so part of what we have to do is ensure that under the PRC zoning, both have an equal opportunity to succeed. Okay. And so with that, I'll keep quiet, but I would appreciate your support of the amendment. Thank you.
Yavuz and Ellie. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Carter.
Say, Mark, I've heard that story about the 12,500 square foot lot, and that was persuasive. The other aspect of it was this notion of moving density around. So some places got more and some places got less, which was easy to do when you had one developer. Now here we are 55 years later, and it's much more difficult to move the densities around. So the projections that we have in the staff report don't really factor in that notion of moving things around. And you've just brought up an interesting item of that places like Lake Ann are competing with the transit center. I'm not sure what to do with all of that, because moving it around is difficult. And we've used this 50 units per acre times the acreage to calculate the density, which that really wasn't the way Reston was, or that isn't the way Bob Simon set it up. The notion with places like Town Center would get quite a lot of density, and maybe the Lake Ann and the Convenience Center would get less. Again, that's simple when you're one developer and you move things around.
Right.
It's not so simple now.
And when you're not trying to redevelop it, right? I mean, you've got 2 out of 5 village centers that are already going through redevelopment plans. And, you know, one of the speakers earlier talked about this, that the amendments in 2015 that covered the village centers didn't up-plan the village centers. They just didn't down-plan it like they did the other parts of the area. Those village centers were always planned to be mixed-use environments with either medium-density or high-density residential as a part of the village center. All we did was we built essentially Spectrum at North Point. We built Spectrum at South Lakes. We just put a strip center into it as opposed to a mixed-use environment. And so that mixed-use environment was always intended for the village centers at either 20 or 50 dwelling units to the acre. And we just, the owners at the time didn't build it that way initially, the same way the owners at Spectrum didn't initially build it that way. But you have to deal with the fact that at some point in a changing retail environment where a Tall Oaks can't survive and a Hunter's Wood struggles and other retail establishments are being faced with upheaval all the time, you need to have the flexibility as a community and as a county to figure out how you're going to repurpose those areas. Keeping the mixed-use designation in those village centers doesn't mean that they're going to redevelop as such tomorrow. Lake Ann is a great example of that. Tall Oaks is a great example of that. The market has to be willing to support that redevelopment. But if you take that away from them, either by artificially capping the number of people who can live in the community because you're clinging to a vision of what Reston was in its first 50 years, when you're trying to project out the next 50 years, you're forever, I'll say, limiting what you can do to respond to market circumstances. And I plead with you to keep that flexibility on the table, to keep the ability for the market to be able to tell you what to do with the next Tall Oaks, to figure out, let the market help you figure out what to do with Lake Ann. Let the market tell you what to do with some of these other things, because I agree with you, it's easier when you've got one developer to be able to move it around. But every planned development in the county and in the country is grappling with this very question of what do you do with the second and third generations of development. And that's really what you're dealing with here.
My thought on that partly is the numbers, just taking the 50 units per acre, 50 units times 50, the 50 units times the acreage, it was maybe a little too simple, and it is not part of the original plan, which was moving things around. So that maybe some of those areas like the Village Center and North Reston might be a little high. And then the rest of my thought is, and I was looking through my notes to see which person said it, but this notion of the missing middle, those areas that were just talked about may be more appropriate as the sort of the missing middle. They might be a little bit dense, but they might have a little different kind of housing type, which would let them compete a little bit better with the town center. So, in short, I think the densities are probably a little high.
But again, I would
just like the village center and the North Reston.
I would distinguish, Commissioner Carter, between the zoning ordinance, which is an implementation tool, and the comprehensive plan, which is what you want this to be in the next go round. Right? Those are two different things.
Yes.
You should not dumb down the zoning ordinance in the process of trying to perhaps rethink what you want a village center to be when it grows up. Because A, you're shortchanging those developments that are meeting the vision but need the tools to get there, like stuff in the TSAs. Or it may be appropriate in some village centers to max it out. Tall Oaks, as an example, is medium density residential at 20 dwelling units to the acre. That's what it's approved for. That's what it's being developed at. It's not 50. It's not 70. It's 20 because its designation on the master plan at the time it was rezoned was medium density residential. And so that's what it ended up being. So there are ways to have a less intense village center but still have the complete toolbox of tools available in the zoning ordinance to be able to do the things that you want to do.
Okay, thank you very much. Sir, Yavuz Anelli? Yes. And Robert Whitfield and Frank Peterson. Mr. Whitfield, if you could come down to a seat closer to the podium, we'd save some time.
My name is Yavuz Anelli, and like many people here today, I live in Reston. I live around Hunter's Woods, one of the places that's listed as a hotspot. I have not lived in Reston for the decades that some of the other people may have lived here. I will be living, this will be my 8th year in Reston. But it was because of some of the amendments that were made about what the future of Reston was going to be that we decided to buy our first home in Reston 2 years ago, my wife and I. And we were excited about where Reston could go when we read the master plan. We wanted a Reston that kept true to Bob Simon's vision of a place where you could live, work, and play, that was a world leader in urban planning. It's a place that my brother, who is a student of urban, now practices urban planning, learned about, even out in Ohio. So that's what we wanted. But where we are here today is talking about what's that next 50 years going to be. How does Reston stay a world-class community? The current best practices are mixed use. You can see in Lake Anne some elements of mixed use. But when we're talking about what does that mean for Reston, what does that mean for zoning, there's some great points that have been brought up where there have maybe deficiencies in the master plan, things that weren't thought together in a rush to get things done. Did the county make mistakes? Absolutely. Are we putting the county's numbers under a huge amount of scrutiny? Yes. But I think it's important that we put a huge amount of scrutiny on everyone's facts that are being presented. I have not done the necessary research to say every fact is right, every fact is wrong. I think the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. And all I know is that the experts at the fire department say that they are able to meet the needs of Reston with their new fire station. I drive Reston roads every day. Is there congestion at rush hour? Absolutely. But is that also, or does traffic at rush hour just kind of mean economic success? People are all moving from one area to another at the same time? Yes. At 7 o'clock, does the roads clear up and I'm able to get anywhere fairly quickly? Yes. As other people have said, study after study shows there is such thing as latent demand. You can't just keep adding roads. That doesn't solve congestion. That's why I think it's important that we are implementing bike lanes and other things that encourage people alternative ways to get places. I've had to rewrite what I was saying because of what other people have said. And I want people to just consider there are a lot of people who are moving into Reston who are excited about Reston becoming more dense. That's why they chose to come to Reston. And we don't want Reston to necessarily be another Ballston. where it's dense everywhere. We want to protect that green space because we also think that's important. And it's necessary to do that. And this, right now, it's almost an unfair time to judge some of these changes because the Silver Line's half done. We are making this huge investment, but right now everyone complains about the traffic at the Wheelie Station. Well, the Wheelie Station is serving as a terminus station right now. It's not going to be a terminus station forever. So I think that's something important to consider. I don't know what the best number is. I know I want Reston to be more dense, but still keep that vibrancy that has made it successful over the past 50 years. I personally want this amendment to pass. Do I have serious concerns? Do I want you to have follow-on motions to recommend to staff to address some of these concerns that people have brought up? Absolutely. But people are speaking passionately, and you are in a position of leadership, and we've had a discussion about leadership. And to me, leaders need to listen to public opinion, but they also have to mold it. And sometimes it means taking unpopular choices. I don't know if we had a referendum, what would end up happening. I think there would be a lot of people against it. But as people find out more information about what's truly in the plan, because I think there's a lot of misinformation, I think people may switch opinions, or there's the silent majority too. I don't know if it's a majority, but maybe it is. I think it's on you to review all the information presented today and decide what is best for this community, but ensuring that the vision of Bob Simon stays true, where you can live, work, play. And I think we make developers evil people. Bob Simon was a developer. They have a piece in this pie as well. So I think we need to listen to everyone's concerns, remember Reston's history, and as we move to the next generation of Reston, ensure that it stays what it is, but also accept that change is going to happen.
Okay, thank you very much. Robert Whitfield, Frank Peterson, and the last listed speaker is Parker Messick. Is he here? Thank you for your tenacity.
Mr. Chairman, Planning Commissioners, I'm Robert Whitfield. I'm with the Fairfax County Taxpayers Alliance, and I've lived in Fairfax County since 1977. In fact, that's when I first worked in Reston. The first person I met was Pat Kane. So some of you remember Pat. And I previously had lived in New York City on the Upper East Side, where the densities were something like 15 FAR. And I took a course with the then head of the New York City Planning Commissioner, John Zuccotti, who ultimately ended up leading the development of a major portion of Battery Park City, and then for the Canadian company Brookfield, which is also developing in Reston. Over the last 20 years, I've been to over 5,000 transportation and land use planning meetings, and by going to multiple entities like the Transportation Planning Board, the Commonwealth Transportation Board, the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, most of my effort in the last 10 years, originally, I have to confess, I was opposed to the tolls for the Dulles Rail project. That's really what got me involved in transportation. But I've seen many things, and I was involved in the Tyson's Corner planning process of 1990 to 1992 with Dan Alcorn, Walter's brother. The Walter's efforts in Tyson's between about 2004 and 2010, and then Walter had an implementation plan process in Tyson, which lasted about another 3 years. Sadly, when the phase one of the Reston Master Plan Comprehensive Plan update occurred, whereas in Tyson's they had like 22 amendments and these are the actions that we need, no such follow-up motions occurred to coordinate what had to be done in Reston. So today, my concern is that we're only focusing with the PRC zoning density amendment on a portion of the overall complex puzzle. In July of 2018, I was the only member of the public to testify at the public hearing at the Board of Supervisors on 3 major developments near the Reston Town Center Station. These 3 developments total about 10 million square feet. And I didn't see any kind of comprehensive analysis done. I did suggest to the Board of Supervisors that there needed to be a comprehensive transportation plan for the 1 mile area around Reston Town Center. I should backstep a second. In New York, I actually interviewed with Mobil Corporation with a view to working in their real estate department, and little did I know when I asked Larry Woods, the Vice President of Corporate Planning for Mobil, do you ever consider leaving New York City? And a year later, of course, they announced that they were moving to Fairfax County. And one of the things I remember from talking to staff at Mobil in the 1980s was in those days, the Reston Town Center land had no density limits. I am uncertain, I don't know, what the present situation is with the remainder of the town center land. Is there an approved density cap for town center? I can tell you that in the last year I've been to dozens of meetings, some where Tom Bouchard, I was involved in the Reston network analysis and the comprehensive plan meetings. And unfortunately, many of the questions I asked have never been answered, such as, well, how much has been proffered by previously approved developments in Reston? How much revenue from the C&I tax districts is earmarked for Reston? And so on and so forth. And I can only tell you is that when I don't get answers to things, I begin to lose trust. I realize that Tom has to do the bidding of his Board of Supervisors, and so I don't put the blame on Tom. I put the blame on the Board of Supervisors, who have not necessarily acted with totally good faith. In 2012, Chairman Bolivar announced that they were going to evolve a new planning process which would reduce community input. There was a Washington Post article, which I will be glad to send to you. This became what was known as the One Fairfax process. Are you familiar with the One Fairfax process? There's some verbiage in there that talks about soliciting community input. Well, I went to many of the comprehensive plan meetings, and I just honestly felt that my input was not heeded. And so that's perhaps why I've ended up on the opposite side to some of the government officials in what I want is fiscal prudence in the planning and the implementation of what we need by virtue of the public infrastructure. Just recently, it was announced that the school board's capital plan was going to have a public hearing, but they still are not considering the site for a Western Fairfax County school, high school, I guess, on Centerville Road. And I'm saying to myself, this has been going on for 10 years. Do they not see, by failing to act in a timely manner, that ultimately the growth plans for Western Fairfax County are going to be impeded? And as to the roads, I was in Richmond on Monday, and I heard a presentation to the Northern Virginia delegation by Chairman VDOT Commissioner Shannon Valentine. Last week, the CTB proposed the latest smart scale scoring, about $200 million, only $200 million for Northern Virginia, versus maybe $600 or $800 million in the previous go-round. What was more amazing is that only $16 million out of that $200 million is for highway improvements. And so, consequently, of course, nothing has been appropriated or earmarked for Reston. And you know, little wonder I'm frustrated. That's why we don't see any implementation of Soapstone overpass. Even worse, the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority approved its 6-year plan back in May last year, and out of, I think it was $530 million for Fairfax County, all but $22 million of that was allocated to projects south of Route 66 and Route 50, which means that half of that went to the Route 1 transit project, and I think a major chunk of what VDOT is proposing is also for the Route 1 corridor. That leaves northwestern Fairfax County with nothing. And consider this, the toll road we have paid for mightily, and about $3 billion of the $6 billion for the Silver Line has come from the toll road users. Route 28 was done as a public-private partnership with the developers paying about 75%. So the lack of investment by Fairfax County and Virginia in northwest Fairfax County belies our economic position that we are probably generating 25% of the state's GDP between Tysons and the Dulles Corridor. And so I don't know how this fiscal problem will be solved. I did suggest to Tom Bashadney 6 months ago that the county needs to seriously consider a $300 million transportation bond issue with all but $50 million to go to highway and intersection improvements. Tom wrote me back saying, well, we have to fund the school system first and then public safety. And so transportation funding has become the bastard stepchild, and Reston seems to be the point at which the failure of the county to invest in the growth opportunities that exist here is something that needs to be addressed by a different kind of study commission with a fiscal element. And certainly the people like Joe Mondoro, who I know from the county, we need to have a financial plan that will help us, guide us as to what we can achieve in the next 20 years. Finally, Tom's many efforts included some kind of analysis for the year 2050. And I will send this to you by email. But here we have 43 projects in the year 2050, level of service F. And then the next page has 2050 unmitigated problem locations, more than 120 seconds of delay. So the problem is most of the people who live in Reston don't understand and don't have confidence in how long it's going to take, let's say, from North Point Shopping Center to Fox Mill or from Hunter Mill Road to the Home Depot. I had asked that somebody give us some real estimates as to the time of travel that it's going to take, not just these intersection level of service analyses. So to me, the ultimate problem for approving anything in Reston is we need to look at the totality of Reston, not just at the PRC density issue. So, for instance, the VDOT uses what's called Section 527 and Section 870. I was told that the traffic analyses done for VDOT only lasts for a period of 10 years beyond the development and doesn't look at the totality of all these projects interacting with each other in Reston. So I would hope that in your decisions that you consider the seriousness of these transportation problems. They're beyond my technical knowledge of how to solve them, but we need people who can help us move forward with solutions.
Let me just ask you one question. You're here representing the Fairfax County Taxpayers Alliance.
Yes.
Is this their position?
We've not met as a board, so I will send to you a formal position once we have met.
Please do that, because that's why you got the 10 minutes, because you're representing that organization. It would
Believe
be nice
me,
to know how
I'm
they
the
feel
guy
about
that does
this.
the work, so.
Sounds like you want to raise taxes.
No, I think the issue is what will be the taxes. That is
Mr. Hart, I think Mr. Hart has a question.
Mr. Whitfield, I wanted to respond on a couple points. Maybe someone else would jump in. Whatever else One Fairfax will do, it is not designed to reduce citizen input in the land use process. And the current board has undertaken some initiatives. One was the commission went through. When we had APRs, area plan reviews, we switched to Fairfax Forward. There were some problems with the Fairfax Forward process for review of plan amendments, and we went to then the site-specific plan amendment process, which is a hybrid with these wider studies. The point of one point of getting rid of Fairfax Forward and going back to more of a site-specific plan review process was to increase citizen engagement, increase citizen input, do more with the citizen task forces, have it more citizen-driven instead of staff-driven at the comprehensive plan level. The second thing was Chairman Bulova had an initiative in 2017, and at her request, the board had formed this Community Council on Citizen Engagement, and they met throughout 2017, came up with a number of recommendations, some of which are being implemented, some of which have affected we started our meeting time a little early for a variety of reasons. Again, designed to increase citizen engagement in the process so that we have more people to tell us things, more people to interact with. And I think that to suggest that the current board is trying somehow to reduce citizen input is the opposite of what the chairman has tried to do. It's a difficult problem, but we want citizens engaged. We even if we don't always agree with them. And I criticized before, I commented before, we do CIP, and there's a lot of difficulty crunching through that every year, and almost nobody, and I think you've probably, if there were two people, maybe you would be one of them, that almost nobody
shows up,
rolls up their sleeves and tells us anything.
But that's why we need a task force of people who can engage with different parts of the county so that, I mean, I give an example of Mark Zetz. Everybody remembers Mark Zetz.
Mark might come too. Maybe
what I'm saying is, I was there the night when he quit. He had been involved in the planning for McLean for years, and when, I don't remember if it was the board or the planning commission, but all of a sudden I could see him outside literally burning up in frustration because he wasn't feeling as if he was being listened to. And I haven't seen Mark for 2 or 3 years now. But various people have given up on citizen involvement because they don't feel that, I don't know how to improve the process. I do think we need to be open to how we better, I mean, and I can only say with Tom has been very diligent in trying to answer my many questions, and it's not easy. And so none of this is easy, and most people don't have the time to do this.
I hesitate to ask Mr. Bishadny, it's 10 after 11, but maybe at the end, if Mr. Bishadny has something to respond to out of what we had heard, maybe there's an appropriate time for that.
Be glad to follow up in writing.
Thank you. Look forward to that. Frank Peterson, Parker Messick concludes our listed speaker, and then we have 5 people on the 3-minute list. Are all the people on the 3-minute list here?
Chairman and Supervisor, thank you. It's almost yesterday.
6 people.
It seems to be. My name is Frank Peterson. I live at 1107 Northwind Drive in the northern part of Reston, Virginia, between Wheelie and Route 7. I am one of these people I think Jim Hart identified at the beginning of this meeting, where he said nobody ever shows up. Somebody called me, sent me an email, said this hearing is happening, get a yellow shirt, come if you can. I have no idea what planning and stuff is all about. He sent me the document that has the summary and the amendment and Sharon Bulova's questions and answers that were raised by Reston Association and some CPR or something like that. And I read through it all. And I'm surprised I stayed awake. The issues seem to be 13 people per acre raised to 15 people per acre, and it seems pretty innocuous. So I kind of thought about that, and I said, well, what does this really mean? So I sat down and I said, how big is Reston? Reston is 15 and a half or so square miles. How many acres in a square mile? 640. If I raise it, oh, by the way, I asked Google, who gave me an answer from the U.S. Census Bureau December 17th, how many people live in Reston? It's about 60,000 per the census. So if we increase it from 13 to 15, then the increase is almost 20,000 people. That seems like a lot, and that's a back-of-the-napkin thing, and it's not 2.7 or 50 or 70 or whatever the other numbers are that are running around, but I just said, that seems like a big increase. To me, I talked about it with my dentist when I having my teeth done. I told my dentist about it. He said, yeah, they're going to kill the golden goose. So he was concerned. I don't think he showed up, but he was concerned. So it seems like a significant amount of growth. So I read through the documents again, the proposed letter The other thing I noticed was that there was something about in North Point Village, which is one of the villages, it's going to add 1,619 dwelling units to North Point Village, which is a mile from where I live, the way I read that chart. Now, I may not be reading it right, because God knows you need a minor degree in planning to understand it, but it looks like it's a 100% increase in dwelling units. It's a lot, and it's close. And it's closer to me than it is to Metro. So I don't know where all those dwelling units go, but I sure am curious about it. It would seem to affect the way services are provided in that village center if you're going to add that amount of dwelling units. I saw this section in the document, in the staff's document, which I'm sure they spent an enormous amount of time putting together. I can't imagine how many people came up and said, oh, by the way, have you addressed blah, blah, blah. It's a thankless job. I saw the section that said, what if we do nothing? And I tried to read through that paragraph. I have no idea really what it means if we do nothing, because there are terms in there that I couldn't even understand in terms of designations and acronyms. I used to work for AT&T. I understand it gets horrible. What I didn't see was a question raised of what happens if we do this. And I think many people have addressed that tonight. Now, I know this summary addresses the issue of, well, if we do this, we're going to put this many dwelling units here, and we'll raise the density here of 50 and in the TSAs and blah, blah, blah. But I didn't see anything in there that says, what happens if we do this? What happens to the residents that are there now? What happens to the people that depend on services there now? What happens with the roads? It's been addressed what happens with roads from a point of view, what happens with schools, what happens with infrastructure, so on and so forth. So I don't think, when I read this thing, is just a resident that doesn't have any real understanding of planning and zoning and stuff like that. It's easy. It's very difficult to read. It's very difficult to understand what's being proposed. But it is easy to get to a back-of-the-napkin understanding of this is a lot of growth. And generally, growth happens as fast as people can make it happen. It's hard to control it. So I would just say that's a question that needs to be addressed in the planning document. And the fact that it's not, I think, means a planning document. The recommendation in the amendment is not very useful in its current form. I would ask that it not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Frank Messick.
My name is Parker Messick. I reside at 11420 Esplanade Drive in Reston. Thank you for having me and allowing everybody to speak tonight. I join well over a dozen speakers tonight who oppose the planned PRC increase. I grew up in Reston and Vienna. I lived right in the middle. I've lived here since I was 5. I'm a product of Fairfax County Public Schools. I don't imagine you hear too many millennials coming out to speak to you all, and I would imagine you hear even less that grew up here. I cannot speak to the millennials who have moved into the county as well as into Reston more recently, but for those who grew up with me in our school systems, we are struggling to recognize the community that brought us up and gave us so much. We wonder what has happened to it and why it's continuing to change in a direction that we did not want. We never asked for this, and while we don't all speak with a voice, the majority of us, in my experience, are opposed to this. We want the community that raised us. We'd like to reside here. Those who want something else move to other cities around the country. But for those who choose to stay, which is a very large percentage of us, we want the community that we were raised up in. I'm getting married next year, and a few years after that, I would like to start a family. I would like to raise my family in Reston, give my kids the same type of community that I was given, the same type of school system, the same type of diversity. I feel that with the proposals that are here today, as well as much of the development that's already been done, that the community that I and so many other of my fellow millennials were raised in has been lost greatly, and with the continued proposals that we have been seeing, will be completely lost in the coming years. Many of you, the majority of you, represent specific districts throughout the county with specific towns that all have their own different views on density. Many of them want to increase their density. Others, I would imagine, want to stay more the same. I would imagine that if a similar proposal were happening in another town that was against the town's wishes one way or the other, that the residents of that town would come out, similar to the citizens of Reston, and oppose it. And I would imagine those of you who represent those towns in your districts would hope that the commission would not go against the will of the people in those towns. I am simply asking that the people of Reston be allowed to determine their future. And in my experience, the overwhelming majority of Restonians, particularly those who have lived here, of all different backgrounds, oppose this. And I would ask that you allow Reston to stay a community that reflects what it has been and allow that to continue going forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Messick. Mr. Messick.
Mr. Messick, do you want to come back for a minute, please?
Very articulate statement of position. I wanted to clarify that position. The way I'm interpreting what I heard you say is that you don't want to have any further growth in Reston. Am I interpreting that correctly?
My personal view is that we have already had more growth than the community would want. In fact, from what I've discussed with various people, we would, if we could, like to be able to turn the clock back on some of the development that's already occurred. So the idea of going forward with even more development, in my experience through my own views as well as those who I've talked to throughout the community, there are always dissenting voices, but the overwhelming majority of people do not want more development.
And yet I've heard tonight from speakers who are in opposition to raising the cap that they're not opposed to additional development. They want it to be a smart development. They want to take the comprehensive plan and revisit it based and link the comp plan with the implementation, as opposed to having the master plan being done here and 4 years later having the linkage to the zoning ordinance. But you're saying that let's go backwards and let's not only redo the comp plan, but let's make sure we no longer have the growth.
Well, there's obviously a range in opinions, not only here tonight, but throughout the community. Something that isn't part of this is the golf courses. Different members that are opposed to development have different views on the golf courses. I represent a strain of a large...
But I've heard you say, though, excuse me for interrupting, but I've heard you say that you represent the vast majority of the people of Reston. But I've heard very articulately stated positions this evening in contrast to that.
I would say the vast majority oppose large percentages of both the proposed increases in density, including many of the ones that have been proposed in the past. That's not to say that the majority opposes every last thing, but of course we have to take this on a case-by-case issue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, that concludes our listed speakers. The listed speakers that signed up, not the 3-minute speakers. Let me get to that, please. Jim Talinsky, Gray Wells, Mark Malcolm, see? Jesse Bonfeld. We'll start with Mark and see what happens, and Walter L.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you. I'm Mark Malcolm. I'm a Reston resident, 12824 Tournament Drive. It's part of Polo Fields, which is sort of an outlier to the majority of Reston. And I've lived there for 23 years. The key points that you have brought forward, Chairman, very much are, this is a planning tool, the PRC. The thing is, Mark Looney brought up it needs to be really linked with other tools in a comprehensive way. and that is principally through the comprehensive plan. A lot of people refer to it, the Reston Master Plan. I refer to really the Fairfax County Comprehensive Plan. And like you were concerned with the heritage piece, that's in the Area 3 portion of the plan, pages 49 and 50. When you look at that, the difficulty that we've been having, particularly in Reston, is how the planning process looks at individual parcels and doesn't look at the comprehensive pieces of the plan that look at the schools and other public infrastructure not being planned for the land acquisition in advance of when they will eventually be needed. And that's the school board's part versus the county, but it needs to be a change of process to address those needs will be met in the future to have the open space or the public spaces being not forgotten in the process of private development. That's the key element that comes in. Then you got to look at other things when it's outside of PRC. I will take the Herndon TSA as an example. For that, the planned development on the Board of Supervisors property is for 2.1 million square feet of office space and 2,100 residential units. The total property is 38 acres. Yet that amount of development is only to be on 13 of the acres because the rest are the 2 parking garages. There are disconnects. And so it is your responsibility in Planning Commission to recognize when there are things from the staff making good judgments and bad, how to address the public portions of the development of the county in a more comprehensive way. That's what I wanted to address to you. It's missing from the process that the public sees.
Okay, thank you very much. Jesse Bonfeld. Jesse here. Hank Sean Zeit. There you go. Marilee Miller. I knew I'd get to you. Walter Alcorn and Moira Callahan. And that concludes our 3-minute speakers list.
Hello, thank you for letting me address you. I want to thank all the eloquent speakers who spoke tonight. They've obviously spent years of their lives researching and preparing their... Oh, I forgot. I live at 11561 Hemingway Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
next,
Okay. I do want to thank all the eloquent speakers. It's clear that they've spent years researching and studying all their various topics in a great amount of detail. But I'm sort of like some of the people at the end. I represent the people who are not here, who are not into the planning movement because it is extremely complex. It is actually an avocation to take part in the land use planning of Reston. And because it is so complex, that is why the rest of us are not well versed in it and why we're not here. And I wanted to point to some of the complexities, but they've been discussed so much tonight. I'll be brief. I'm very interested in the North Village Town Center, which I live very close to, which is rather petite, and Les Spectrum is a part of it, and I didn't know that. The North Village Center I know of is petite and totally different from Hunter Woods, that town center, which is huge and which has, multi-story apartment buildings all around it. We don't have anything like that near us. So I find it discouraging that the Fairfax County likes to use sort of what I would call mathematical extrapolations to figure out how much density we're going to have at Hunter's Woods, Village Center, and North Point. They're very different. So I don't know why you don't make site visits, and we're not very far from where you all are, and actually look at the properties and figure out a density based on what is there and the scale of the particular piece of property you're thinking of putting a zoning limit on. Also, I thought that it's been very confusing to me to know that there are two master plans, one for Fairfax County and one for Reston, because people are often talking about the master plan and you're never sure which one they're talking about. And I found it was extraordinary tonight to find out that the PRC may be a formal designation in the Fairfax County plan that is stable, but we know tonight that as far as the Reston PRC is as a designation, that it's really flimsy, that a lot of things can zone out into a different zoning, mixed or something. So I guess what I'm saying is it's very confusing. And I think if you had a referendum, it would be very simple if you would say that do you want to keep all the open space in Reston just the way it is and not let it develop? I think that would be a fairly easy thing to vote on. Or something as simple as, do you want to be a little more like Tyson's and Boston? And that would be another referendum we could decide pretty quickly. So it's a hard problem.
Thank you very much. Would you please state your first name for the record? I don't think.
Yes, it's Merrily.
Yeah. Thank you. I imagine if you had a referendum, most people would vote against anything that developed. But one of the reasons young people like this gentleman who was the last one to testify is staying in Fairfax County is because we have a great market.
Please go on.
Okay, because we have a great job market, and the young people are staying here now. They're not going back to Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. And when you have that, you need to have development, mixed-use development, commercial and residential.
I think it's great.
Okay.
The TSA, I'm fine with the TSA having a lot more people in it. And for those people who want to ride bicycles around that area and want to live in that area and millennials. But then this is also suburban, and it's not all the same.
It takes a mixed use to do is what I'm saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't wish one of you gentlemen were next. Okay, come on. I'll identify the record. Just identify yourself for the record. I think we got out of line here.
Okay. I'm Hank Schoenzeid, living in Midtown at Reston Town Center. And I like density. I don't like density without infrastructure. When I went on the list, I saw that, I was the last one on the list, and I said, well, great, like Bob Simon was, but it would have been a great honor, but people now have gotten behind me.
They have all the nerve in the world, don't they?
Yeah, thank you. All right, I want to, we've had a developer saying, well, the market forces are going to solve the problem, and to some extent they will. But the market, if we allowed market forces to solve the problem, we wouldn't have any golf courses. And we've had, when we talk about density, when you're talking about increasing the population, it's so tied with infrastructure that, it's one and the same issue. And what I wanted to point out is that we have 50 years of development, but a whole lot less of the infrastructure that was supposed to go along with that development, forgetting about what's happening in the future. But right now, we have a library that's less than half of the standard space of any community. We have a library that's about a little bit less than 30,000 square feet. We're supposed to have 65,000 square feet. And I think that we have to look at our quality of life. And there are ways of measuring it. And I appreciate everybody being here. I wanted to be the shortest one. And I thank you and good night.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Wolfelder and then Walter Alcorn.
Yeah, I just want to... Some years back, I was one of the two people that came to the CIP hearing held by the Planning Commission. And it was to argue for a new library, community library for Great Falls. And it had been on a bond issue, and every other facility had been built except that one with the funds, and they were trying to postpone it for another 5 years. The point I'm making is the same one that Commissioner Hart made, which is the CIP addresses a lot of the facilities' needs, and it specifically sets out the schedule. and it provides an opportunity for people to point out where they think they're being shortchanged on public facilities and where they aren't, and what needs to be done. And I just want to say again, in the example of the library which is just used, that the CIP is consideration is a good place to bring those issues up and to argue for getting them taken care of. And, right, you go to sleep.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Walter Alcorn, 11716 Great Owl Circle in Reston, Virginia. Thank you. This is by far the most comfortable clothing I've ever worn in this room.
I envy you.
I know. I knew it would be a long night. I will hopefully maybe be the shortest. Unfortunately, I'm not the last, but close. Obviously, you've heard a lot of things about the plan. The plan needs to be looked at in Reston, no doubt about that. But I have a suggestion on your numbers question. My understanding is there's not a PRC case application coming to the Commission, at least, until the spring. There may be some others in the pipeline. But my suggestion would be, one, that you wait until that case is ripe. And if everything in that case looks like it makes sense and the Planning Commission wants to make a recommendation to approve that case, then at that point you calculate any possible change to the 13 number and then include that in your recommendation. Before you do that, I would suggest you might have some more analysis that you would want done. Heard a lot about numbers. I think some of the assumptions that have gone into those numbers might deserve, and I saw this during the workshop, which I watched, through video. Some of the assumptions might suggest that that number might not need to be raised based on one or two or three, even three cases. There may be a little bit more wiggle room there. Most of all, I would encourage you not to rush on this, but to actually take whatever time is needed to figure this out, come up with a good recommendation. And I would also just remind everybody, this has not come up, that we are approaching the silly season. So be very careful with your recommendations, and let's try not to get those too crazy. Well, it is the silly season approaching, as some of us know. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean.
Yes. Mr. Hart?
Exactly what we were being warned about, I think.
There's a flag outside.
Commissioner Alcorn, I haven't said that in a while. Commissioner Alcorn.
Former commissioner.
Yeah, reminded me of something that came up at the workshop, and I think this is another possibility I think we're going to think about during the deferral. But if I understood staff's answers to my questions, that if we wanted to, if we hit the cap, okay, we're done with PRC, sort of, except that what we could do is, if we did the math, and it has to go, if a case comes in, and it's Lake Ann, and if we want Lake Ann to be a PRC for whatever reason, somebody figures it out and multiplies it out, and then we do a concurrent amendment to go to 13.00002, or whatever it has to be, one at a time. And so instead of an abstract across-the-board thing, it would be case-specific and tied to one application at a time. And maybe there wouldn't be very many. Maybe we wouldn't need to do that. But I think that scenario is in play. I think we're going to look at that during the deferral as another way to kind of keep our toe in the water on not throw out PRC entirely, but maybe we could do it incrementally.
Yeah, I would encourage you to think about that. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that there is not a compelling reason or case to increase the number right now. I think the numbers are still a little shaky, and I think what's needed above all is another look at the plan. And I would remind everybody that next year will be 5 years since the last plan was reviewed, or at least since the last plan was adopted. So.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moira Callahan.
Hi, my name is Moira Callahan. I live in Reston, Virginia. I wasn't actually planning to speak, but sitting here all night, I feel compelled to say some things. 13 is the number that it should stay, in my opinion, because that is the number that was set from the get-go, and Reston is a historic place, and we should preserve that history. 13 was designated because there was a calculation that Mark Looney talked about as to what the best suburban community would look like. And it was based around land, 13 persons per acre. And that is why it was set. It's about land and open space and preserving that open space. So if you add more people, you have more people, which means you're less land. And really what this is about as well is preserving this community, this historic community for our children. This really isn't about us. This is about our kids and their future. And it should be preserved for them. And in speaking about them, I would like to talk a little bit about schools. And I have 3 children, and they are in schools here. And one of them spent 2 years looking out from a trailer onto a $1.4 million turf field. The next 4 years, she spent in an overcrowded school with crowded staircases, and it was very unpleasant. This year they finally got expanded, but apparently we're at 92% capacity at that school. But what I would say to you is that I did sit on a panel that met with the school, people from the schools, and we were told that they don't have any money to buy any land or build any buildings here. Somehow, however, the comprehensive plan specifically states that the public facilities section of the comp plan states that the county will designate and reserve public facility sites in advance of demand through purchase or designation. So somehow we have a planned community without a plan for schools. And schools are almost the number one reason why you select a place to live. And that should be given some very serious consideration, that we have a planned community, but we don't have any plan for schools. Not only do we not know where they're going to go because the comprehensive plan is so vague, but we do not have any money to build them. And that is very concerning, considering that you not only have South Lakes High School, which is at 92% capacity, but the one of the more recent school impact sheets talks about how you're having 1,900 to 2,300 students coming in the corridor. So I just think you should keep that in mind. Keep in mind that the zoning ordinance talks about undue density, and just keep in mind that this is really not about us, it's about our kids.
Thank you very much. John Farrell.
Good evening. John Farrell, President of Colonial Oaks Homeowners Association. I was out of the room when they had the vote for that position, so I get stuck. We live, our 32-lot subdivision is off of Soapstone and very close to the TSAs and very close to South Lakes Shopping Center. And one of the things I heard tonight that really bothered me was the continued reference to the village centers as if it's only the shopping center. But each of those village centers has multifamily included in the village center. They all have townhouses or garden apartments in the village center. That exists today. And what troubles me about an idea of 70 units to the acre going on in that shopping center is that you have a stable, established either townhouse or garden apartment community already wrapped around that shopping center. 70 units to the acre is high-rise. And we're going to put a high-rise in the middle of an established garden and townhouse community. And I'm trying to find the person who thinks that's a good planning idea. First point. Second point, Mr. Hart asked a question he deserves an answer, and you haven't had one yet. If the choice is between PRC and PRM or PDC, which one do you want? And I've sent you an email, and I hope it's put in the record. And my answer is, I want the other two. And the reason for that is referenced earlier tonight when John Pinkman talked about the fact that it was 4 years ago today, Mr. Hart, that we talked about the Reston National Golf Course. And a very, very smart land use attorney said to the BZA, guess what, guys? PRC plan review is a ministerial by right review. It is not a legislative act. And what's the difference? A legislative act is the board can say no. And if the applicant doesn't like it, they have to deal with the fairly debatable standard. And good luck winning that case as a litigator who does zoning cases. Good luck. If it's a ministerial act, then the applicant is entitled to land uses that are shown on the Reston Master Plan. Now, can you tell me whether or not a PRC plan is an administrative act or a ministerial act or a legislative act? Can you guarantee us that it's a legislative review subject to the fairly debatable rule? And the answer is you can't. And the answer is that a very, very smart land use attorney suggested to you that it is the equivalent of a site plan, meaning the applicant comes in, files an application, is consistent with the Reston Master Plan, and you don't get to say no. Now, that's been a defect since the last amendment to the PRC ordinance. And that needs to be fixed. And if that means we've got to re-advertise this in order to fix it, to make it clear that the intention was that it's a legislative act, which I believe was the intention, then we have to re-advertise so that these people know that our board has the ability to say no to an application that comes before you, as opposed to having no ability to say no, as in the site plan or subdivision case. So I commend that to you. I hope whatever action you take fixes that ambiguity.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hart.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Farrell, let me come back to the golf course issue for a moment. And I'm sorry if I didn't reply to your email about I hadn't replied to dozens and dozens of emails.
And that's fine, sir.
But the short answer was that the changes to wording that are advertised and highlighted in the staff report would not include the ability to insert another sentence to say whether it's ministerial or legislative or something like that. It would be beyond the scope of the advertising. I think, secondly, there were about 5 or 6 issues in the golf course case. The BZA certainly did not agree with the attorney on that issue, and he had 3 issues really, and that the first one we agreed, but I think the zoning administrator had conceded. The second issue, we said, well, somebody's got to submit a plan, or it's a hypothetical. And the third one, we said no. And what the judge did with the whole thing was he said, well, the whole thing is a hypothetical and permissible advisory opinion. Scrap the whole thing and start over, and if somebody comes in, we'll review it then. And so the judge didn't agree with that premise either. Even lawyers raised things, and he had to say something. I think we may look at that as a topic. I mean, there's a dozen questions to ask, but for the purpose of this amendment, the question of legislative ministerial is beyond, I believe, the scope of the advertising.
And Mr. Hart, that's why I said if you're advised to that effect, then re-advertise. We've done it before with text amendments when we discovered, whoops, there's an issue, we overlooked it, we re-advertise, we have a new public hearing, we broaden the scope of the public hearing in order to pick up the mistake. So saying, gee, we didn't advertise, is a cop-out. It is a fundamental problem with this ordinance that is fatal. And, sir, you don't want the circuit court making that decision. And this community should not be left to the fair treatment of the circuit court. This is an ambiguity that can be cured today. All you got to do is advertise. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our speakers. Closing comments from staff. Final questions, comments from the commission. Mr. Hart.
If nobody else has it.
Anybody else have any questions? All right, public hearing is closed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You want to close it?
Sure.
Okay.
I want to thank everyone that came out tonight and stuck it out to the end. We're going to finish, I think, are we going to finish before midnight? Okay, so we won't need to come back. It saves us 2 more nights and saves the county some money.
I know you're all looking forward to that.
Unless, I don't know if, we will probably have other things to say, and staff will have other things to tell us. 4 years ago, or whenever it was, we left this topic in a general sense, and we didn't have unanimity, but we had, I thought, a consensus on the big picture, and we had, whether you agree with how many times the task force met or who was on it, we had a recommendation from the task force that had staff support. At the time, it had Reston Association's support, which I thought was important. It had Mr. Simon's participation and support, which was also, I think, given a great deal of deference. It ultimately had the Commission's support, although we made some edits to it. And I think that consensus involved a number of shared conclusions that are probably still valid today, and that in a very oversimplified way, that the changes to Reston with the toll road and the Silver Line, the changes to human behavior with the internet and the way people shop and the way people communicate would require some changes to the land use plan, and that there was a consensus that the future development of Reston would largely be concentrated around the transit station areas, and that it would be vertical rather than horizontal, that it would be designed in such a way to be compatible with Mr. Simon's principles, which were going to be reiterated and incorporated again, and that we would leave the rest of Reston basically the way it was. We were not increasing anything other than the transit station areas. The village centers were kind of a leftover. It was a carryover from what Mr. Simon wanted at the beginning and didn't quite happen, except sort of Lake Ann, and even then not really fully. It wasn't something that was bumped up in this process. It was just something that wasn't torn down in that process. We left it the way it was, again, I think with the expectation that we would come back to that topic, and that the village centers probably needed to redevelop, or some of them would, and there had to be some incentive to do that, and we would leave things alone, which is basically what we did. And there's a lot of details, and it's almost 200 pages of it, but I'm oversimplifying, but that's basically where we ended up. And we didn't, at that time, do the zoning ordinance amendment. And no matter what else, and I am going to put this in a motion or a follow-on motion or something, if this ever happens again, if we ever do, and we've got 20 years of stuff stacked up in the work program, all these other areas we're looking at, if we do a plan amendment that requires a zoning ordinance amendment for implementation, they got to be together or one closely on the heels of the other. We did it in Tyson's, and I think it worked. And we didn't here, and we left ourselves a real mess. We had that consensus, and I think it's faded away. And I'd still like to hope that there's a way to get things back together. I have great faith in the resilience of this process, and that in general, if reasonable people try, we're going to get a consensus. We may not get unanimity. We didn't have unanimity 4 or 5 years ago, but we were close. And I think if we approach this the right way, again, mindful of Mr. Simon's principles and the one I talked about at the beginning about the continued involvement of the community in it, I think we can get there. We get closer than we are right now. The deferral will give us some more time to think about it, and so, and I'm sure there's other things I could say, but I still want to finish before midnight. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I would move that we defer the decision on this to a date certain of February 13th, with the record remaining open for written and electronic comment.
Second.
Secretary Sergeant, is there a discussion of the motion? All those in favor of the motion to defer decision only on the proposed zoning ordinance amendment, Article 6, density provisions for the Reston PRC district to a date certain of February 13th, with the record remaining open for comment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I want to thank everybody, thank the staff that was here tonight to inspire us, and thank you for not speaking. I want to thank everybody that came. It was a very professional public hearing. I don't know about you, but I'm going home trying to find a book by Socrates and Barney Fife, because I think I'm going to be absolutely fascinated before I go to sleep. If there is no other business before the Planning Commission, we are adjourned as of 11:55. Thank you very much.